Welcome everyone. It's your host, Oozaloo, the sexual bulldog, welcoming you to the stream today. Hello everyone. That name needs to be explained, doesn't it? Or does it? And here to explain it is Aiden. Welcome Aiden. She's not actually in the audience room, but she knows why I'm called that. Welcome everyone. Today, we're going to be discussing news and mostly, drama and Cabal lore and all that stuff. That's far more important and frankly far more enjoyable. But no, we actually have to discuss news. Trump has said something very stupid, perhaps very revealing, but I don't think it's revealing. I think it was just stupid. So we'll talk about that. We have lots of other news stories as well, including many that Aiden has linked. Thank you, Aiden, for providing a bunch of news stories that you were going to cover or have already covered. I'm not sure. But either way, thank you for collecting them and letting me see them. Not the only thing that I will be gaining from you in the near future. Right, chat? Hashtag #OozYourDaddy was something that we talked about on Aiden's stream recently, a topic that I don't know why she wanted to talk about it so much, but she seemed to be very enthusiastic, or at least very emotional about it. The idea of me and Aiden's mum meeting at some point, perhaps on stream, is for some reason a sort of interesting idea to some people. Either way, we were discussing it before stream today, and I must apologize to those watching on YouTube who have had their stream start delayed by almost an hour. we had to talk about this. It was very important indeed. So welcome. Thank you, totally not fake Aiden's mum in Discord. In Discord for being here, and I'll be seeing you soon. Egg frying status: 1 fried egg, 1 impromptu omelette due to a traitor egg. It says totally not Aiden's mum. Kicker Strange says 0 viewers, but I'm there. I noticed that the viewer counter does not update automatically, but if you refresh, it does. Nacho says, we all know. There are some people that joined after we were discussing it, so they don't know. Datiball, for example. The reason that I'm currently called Oozaloo in brackets sexual bulldog is because, so the arrangement is this. I asked Aiden, how much would it cost for you to bring your mum on a stream and for us to have a stream together? Or I'm not sure how I worded it exactly, but something like that. And Aiden made the mistake of actually giving an answer. She said $1,000. And so during the stream, there's about $25 given for that, which is a little disappointing, a little anemic from Aiden's audience there. I was a little disappointed. But then, after the stream, someone threw $500 at her, and now Aiden feels obliged to do what they asked. Basically, what's happening here, if you were to analogize it slightly, is that I have been cast in this play as the bull character. Aiden is a facilitator, and the audience is the patron for this event. Now, I don't like this description of events. I think it's awfully lewd, far below my station, frankly, but for some reason, everyone else seems to like the idea. So once upon I realized this, I was called more than once by a long-standing member of Cabal. In fact, one of the essentially founding members of Cabal, who returns to Cabal occasionally, QWERTY, she called me twice a sexual dog, which I take to be a compliment, frankly. And so we combined the two together, and now I'm a sexual bulldog. It was a very interesting conversation. That was why the stream was delayed, essentially. It was a very, very, very interesting and detailed and essential conversation about my impending sex life. So thank you, Aiden, for your enthusiastic participation. Thank you, Aiden's mum, for watching my streams. And thank you to QWERTY for sticking around and telling the truth.
I fucking hate you, dude. I fucking hate you.
That's okay. Your mum won't. John Wick says, Daddy Will says, I almost made him lose faith in humanity. Can we help him lose it completely? I think what I've just said, maybe we'll do that. Astronaut wants to be pinged for drama, apparently. So Nacho says she loves the idea. Sure does. Nacho says, it's going to be the focus for a good long while. To be honest, Nachos is just glad that it's the focus because there's a little screenshot that she, for some reason, created but doesn't want us to see. And we just make sure that I've got the right one here. Here's I do, and it was definitely not this one. She won't want anyone to see that though, and I wouldn't show anyone. It would be very, very wrong to show anyone that. So yes, anyway, distracted back to the Aiden question. or rather the Aiden Sama question. Because I happen to know that's what that means. Nacho says that she'll change her patronage to $0. For who? For Aiden? I don't know if Aiden's done enough to deserve that kind of rudeness. But there's no better way for that screenshot to spread, Nachos, frankly. No, I'm kidding. Something else I must say is that a former member of Cabal, but because of extremely unethical actions about a year ago of falsely accusing several people in Cabal of being pedophiles for his own gain, which he was found out on, and he was then ostracized for and is now no longer essentially a member of Cabal. He has recently been on a campaign to pressure through threats of banning and demotion from access to others of their friends in servers he controls, people that are in Cabal to try and get them to remove their patronage. And unfortunately for some, those threats have been effective. Now, I know that at least, well, a few of them, shall we say more than 0 of them, intend to re-engage their patronage at some point later. But I will say that for the moment, it has cost a small amount of money. So if you would like to offset the cost there and tell Wes what you think of him, then you can contribute and become a patron via fund.oozloo.net. For this stream only, I'm offering a 1,000 Cabal credit instant payout for anyone that raises their patronage, including becoming a new patron. Only for $1 a month to become a patron, you shall get 1,000 Cabal credit, which is the effective equivalent of £10. And you can then use that to influence the Cabal Laid leaderboard, which can cause some people to be renamed or cause some minor changes around the server to be forced. Here is the current state of the leaderboard. As you can see, presently, Nomon is having a skill issue, as indeed last night in Cabal we played Outer Wilds, both watching Aiden play and then watching Nomon play, and shall we say, it did somewhat slightly minor, tiny bit reinforce the whole Nomon skill issue thing on the few occasions where he didn't perform exactly perfectly, although otherwise he did quite well. Ghost asks, why am I a sexual bulldog? I'll bring Aiden on soon and she'll explain it. Ghost says, is that effective to the end of the stream? I'm still at work. I can have it apply for the next 12 hours or so, I suppose. I may even be generous enough to say the next 24. Wolf has created a song to honor the occasion. It's called Aiden's Mum Has Got the Data Going On. And that's just what the data is. I could listen to a bit of it now. I could give it a quick listen now. To anyone who's here for news, there will be news today. Just be aware that this is also a community stream to a large extent, as they always are. Let's have a quick listen to this song, which has just been generated using AI on Suno, but by a member of our community.
Aiden's mom has got the data going on. 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 Hey Aiden,
I think we'll leave it there for now, but that's pretty good. Thank you, Wolf, for creating that masterpiece. It has been added to the official Cabal music playlist. If we go here, this is oozloo.net, where all my shit's linked. You see here, Cabal AI music, that's a link to it. This just has links to, I think, at the moment, everything that's still active or useful. A couple of these links are broken or outdated, but they're sometimes up anyway. And the Cabal AI music is there, as you can see. So thank you for that. It's been added to the playlist. Yeah, it's actually a good song, John Wick. Aiden, what did you think of that song?
I had myself muted and deafened.
No, you didn't.
So that
you
I
were watching on
assaulted.
you were watching on YouTube because you wanted to see what it was like. What did you think of that song?
I did not hear it. I heard about like the first bar and went nope.
That's all right. I'll spam it in your DMs.
Okay, thanks.
You might have to play it again for honestly.
Good point.
Aiden's mom has got the day.
Okay, she's definitely. We can say anything we want about her now. Welcome back, Aiden. We didn't do anything. All right. She's definitely. We can say anything we want about her now. Just go. Well, welcome back, Aiden. We didn't say anything at all.
Aiden's mom has got the data going on.
She won't be fooled, chat. She won't be fooled. She can probably see the play pause button, can't she? Anyway, shall we get back to the stream now, chat? I think it's. I think there's a lot of news that we need to cover today. There's a lot of important. She's still.
It'd be
she's
a real
still
shame
deafened.
if you were to accidentally press play later on when she's back.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? It would just suck. Two of you making the same suggestion to just have it on the background. Chat, I can reveal that I am receiving DMs. Anyway, back to the stream. She's gone again. Oh dear. How fantastic. Okay. What if I do this and then put it onto there? There. It's now on the ambient layer, so it's just in the background. All right, fantastic. This is now the stream. I don't see a problem with this at all. Yeah, in fact, you know what, Brit to it, good point. New outro music, maybe. I don't know, chat really likes my normal outro music.
Can't hurt to shake it up once in a while.
Yeah. I'm being informed that I've misbehaved. I'm being informed that I have taken the wrong road here. Essentially. Good. Well, what a fantastic start to a stream. Welcome everyone. There is allegedly news to cover today. Wolf is happy that I'm being blamed for his creativity. Right. Good. Any newcomers to Cabal? Are you finding that we at least have some fun here? We have fun here. HFNH says, if you keep this up, the Uzi or Daddy fund will be paid off by Christmas. At this rate, it'll be paid off in 24 hours. The rate has been increasing. Although it might not, of course. Am I still considered new, asks Nachos. Newish. Then again, you have watched all of the Cabal lore streams, haven't you? So you're not that new. You're well initiated at this point. Do you reckon Bug's gonna watch any of them? I don't think he seemed very enthused, do you? Tainted. Nachos, would you consider yourself tainted by Cabal? Would you consider your taint to be touched? I mean, to have your taintedness touched. There we go. Basically, tainting is what teabagging always was. Bug can watch the lore streams while he is ovulating. True, Wolf. That is yet more lore the YouTube audience won't be familiar with. She was already fucked up before Cabal. That would explain a lot. Taint tickler Oozaloo. Listen, okay, I'm not promising. Aiden's still muted. Chat, can you ping Aiden and say Oozaloo is not promising that he will tickle your mum's taint? Okay? I'd appreciate it.
Do not.
Nachos loves lore. Well, there's probably a lot more to come, including Aiden's. No, I won't say that. Triple says, I can't believe you took the time to watch all those lore videos. I can. It's very entertaining. It was me, after all. It wasn't just me. There was lots of other guests from Cabal as well to fill us all in on the lore. Thank you, Wolf, for this excellent piece of music. Aiden's still muted and deafened, by the way. I assume that she has undeafened once or twice to see if it's stopped, and it just hasn't. She assumes that I'll stop it at some point. I guess. What, none of you were brave enough? All right, fine. I'll give 250 Cabal credit to anyone who pings Aiden and says Oozaloo says that he won't tickle your mum's taint, or that he won't necessarily tickle your mum's taint.
Don't do it.
Wolf, that is not what I said. She did unmute briefly, did she, Ice? That's fantastic. All right, Nachos gets it. Ghost gets it. Grant, Nachos, 250. Reason, tickling Aiden's mum's taint. There we go. Don't take it so literally. Grant to, was it Ghost the other one? Yes, it was. Amount 250. Reason, tickling Aiden's mum's taint. There we go. Ghost says, sorry, I have a price and it's Cabal credit. I have received a request. Equals not a cult. Yeah, chat, press 1 if we're not a cult. Okay, Brit-Twit and John Wick. Grant, Brit-Twit, 250. Tickling Aiden's mum's taint. Grant, John Wick, 250. Tickling Aiden's mum's taint. There we go. Ghost says, remember to support Ooze Your Daddy /support Ooze Your Daddy. I think I'm already supporting it, but yep. So it's just /support Ooze Your Daddy, like that. And you can also use your Cabal credit for that. Now that you have credit, if you do /redeem and you put an amount, the redeemed amount goes towards supporting that topic, and you can get it high up on the board. Imagine the power, the persuasive power, if we didn't just have the funding available, but we also had the Cabal Aid leaderboard position, where Ooze Your Daddy is first on the board. Could Aiden really, could she really say no if it was first on the board? And remember, any contributions to me, you will be granted Cabal credit equal to your contribution. I have once or twice forgot to do that, and I should catch up with that, but today I will try to remember. Of course, it will later become automated, and anyone that missed it will get the amount. And really, if I grant, that's just double. Ice says, I will not be bribed. What's your price, Ice? Can confirm not a cult, says Nacho's valued cult member. Fun frog fact, the gods have abandoned us. They sure have. You know what? I will take some blame for that, as long as we can call it credit. Cabal credit! You can get your Cabal credit right now, chat. Enhanced with Cabal brand radium. Disguise yourself as a vodka bottle if you want Aiden to never say no. That's a good point, actually. Anyway, shall we continue with the stream? I will potentially come back to the fact that Aiden's mum has got it going on a little later. But Outsourced taint tickle. Okay, that's fun. Let's continue with the stream, shall we? Memes first. Matchwatch reports that Michelle Obama says black female beauty is so powerful we are owed respect. The only respect I think that ends up being owed there is respect to the stench. Not that I would be generalizing there, but come on. The data is pretty clear on this. That in terms, this is self-serving, but it's true. It's what the data shows. That the most attractive group to any other group is white males. You know what the least attractive group is to any other group? That's right, black females. I don't write the data. I just gleefully report on its accuracy because it suits me. Because it happens to be true. So Matt Walsh says, quote, we have to educate people about our beauty. Yes, I have often said that if anyone doesn't find me physically attractive, it's because they lack proper education. Yeah, it's not exactly what she said, but I get what you're saying there. It's not far off. Why is outsourced taint tickle gathering so much steam? Where do Indians rank, asks Daddy Bill. In the data I saw, I'm not sure if they actually were a separate category, but if they were, they would be very low. I think Indian women were above black women, if I remember correctly. Do you know who has that data? Almost certainly, Aiden. Do you know who can reproduce that data in a second and just show us the truth of the matter? It's Aiden again. Do you know whose mum's got it going on? That's right, it's a trifecta for Aiden Paladin.
You realize she's going to murder you the next time you're in the physical space together, right?
Oh, she loves it. She loves the abuse. It'll be fine. Where do Indians rank? It must be below dogs. Even white women don't want them. My goodness. I mean, some accuracy to that. Her bones are hollow. She would hurt herself trying. That is true. Yeah. That would be patricide. Yeah, and you'd never kill your stepfather, would you? Okay, next meme. It's show and tell, children. This is Steam's new hardware. Gabe Cube, Gabe Cube, Gabe Cube. No! That's right. It's the Gabe Cube. The distance in time between him announcing the new Steam box that's cube-shaped and it being called the Gabe Cube is very short. And I do appreciate that. We have a little bit more on this later, but we'll just briefly touch on it for the meme. Good idea. Consoles are dying because PC is just, PC generally speaking, non-proprietary OS gaming hardware is so much easier to get into and so much more available these days. And large part of that is because of what Gabe's done. Now, I suspect that when they were doing Steam machines 10 years ago, the reason they stopped is not because they couldn't get the hardware right. It's because they couldn't get the software ecosystem right. Because they had to use Windows to make it gaming compatible. But they didn't want to because Windows fucking sucks. And they can't customize it as much as they'd like to improve the experience. However, Gabe has spent the last 10 years doing as much for gaming as anyone has ever done, if not more. And I'm not a big fan of Steam, but you can't deny that. What Gabe has done to move gaming off of Windows onto Linux is incredible. Frankly, a lot of us thought it couldn't be done, but it's been done. Now, Linux is, in most cases, the superior choice. The only real exception is for games that have anti-cheat, and as I believe Quattro said, why would you want to play those? So yeah, Linux is in many cases actually better than Windows for gaming on now, even if you have to use a compatibility layer. So fantastic. And now that the ecosystem's ready, here comes the hardware.
But there's one crucial thing consoles have over the GameCube, and that's the ability to pay $60 a year to play games online.
As Ted is implying, not only is the GameCube a better value proposition in the sort of basic features it provides, but it's got access to Steam's marketplace, which has the most sales and reductions out of any gaming marketplace in the world. Any major or completely legal one anyway. There are paralegal ones. And of course, that's another option. It's not a selling point from Gabe's perspective, but you can get grey market Steam keys from, I think the main method they use is that they're sold in other countries where they're sold for less money and they're just given to you, which is grey market. I'm not a big fan of that, but whatever.
So
people do it.
That's not really a thing anymore because of the new regional key system.
Okay, fair enough.
What ends up happening is it's often spare developer keys that are left over after years, or just promotional stuff that's left sitting. So they pick, a lot of the resellers either pick that up for cheap, or what I have seen some resellers doing is they just sell entire accounts.
Okay, fair enough. Here, by the way, is Aiden linked some earlier, but this is more fine-grained data. This is what I remember. So reply rate by race. This is a decent proxy for attractiveness. So let's have a look here. So it's, I assume, it's not labeled that well, is it? So male sender. Okay, so the left is who sent the message. The right is who received the message. So when it comes to white males, they're the best. In terms of all groups respond very well to them, particularly black females, interestingly, responded the most often. And then Pacific Islander, so you're like, they tend to be big. Other, don't know what that means exactly. Native American, Middle Eastern, and this is going up in terms of it's getting worse as we go up. Indians, not even the lowest, actually. Blacks got some of the lowest. The only group that responded a decent amount to black males were either black females, which you'd expect, or Native American females, which is a strange one. But black females responded, I guess 28% of the time, I guess that's what that means, which is 10 percentage points lower than they did to white males. So blacks getting mogged by whites once again. Burb says, Oozaloo, the mean is lower for Indian males than blacks. Is it? Nice. Wow. Now, black men will literally never recover from the following information. Black females are more interested in Indian males than in black males. They will never recover from this. Yes, I can see that, Aiden. Thank you. Yeah, on the right there, the very right, is the median. So, roughly speaking, the total rating. Second place is Native American males, apparently. White males are first. So this is specifically for male to a female respondent. If you were to flip around the genders here, so it's female to a male respondent, well, you'd see higher numbers for one thing. But I think, as I recall, black females were either the lowest or among the lowest.
When
so,
it
yes.
comes to the Native American males, they're an extremely small sample size. And if anything, they're responding out of probably curiosity. Like, how often does a Native American ever send anything to you?
That well could be. That well could be, yes.
I don't know why I'm typing this. The numbers for the opposite, for ratings of females, are at the bottom of the chart. There's additional means there.
This is all male sender.
Oh, it is male sender. Okay, never mind.
The numbers at the bottom are just the average amount that women responded given their race.
Okay.
So the most responsive women were black females, which implies that they are the lowest if you were to flip the genders around the axes here to be a female sender. It implies they're the lowest. It doesn't necessitate that, but it implies it.
I didn't see the male sender only part. My bad.
Yeah. It's all right, Aiden. I know you come here for all your data insights.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. I wasn't expecting the sincere compliment. Thank you, Aiden. Not all, obviously, but I'm glad I can help occasionally. So, yes. So Michelle Obama is insane, but that's nothing new. I do think, by the way, though there are some reasons to think not, I would lean towards Michelle Obama is actually female. There's no pregnancy pictures. It could be that she's infertile and they adopted, or it could be she's male. And I know I've seen the picture of Barry and Obama. That could be a female, though it doesn't look like one. It could be.
I have noticed that black women often look very masculine, so...
They sure can. If it was a white woman, yeah, I'd say that's more likely to be a male, but no, a black woman can be that masculine. So I don't know, but I would lean towards Michelle Obama is genuinely female. Right. What else we got? We got Nintendo sues Valve. Doesn't really, but GameCube on the left, GameCube on the right. A patent was filed earlier this hour claiming ownership of cube shapes. I mean, that is the kind of thing Nintendo would do, right? To be fair. Obama's brother had an interesting take on this. Obama's brother had many interesting takes. Unfortunately, I think Obama's brother might be just as insane as Obama himself, or probably more so, actually. But he's just a bit more based, willing to say things on the other side of the... Yeah, they did basically do that with Pal World. Except with Pal World, it was even less justified because it wasn't over physical things. It was over fucking virtual shapes, basically. They still do, indeed. But I think most of their lawsuits have failed, haven't they? Next up.
Yeah, they're not going particularly well for Nintendo, which, thank God.
Yeah.
Because fuck Nintendo.
We're going to import so many Indians. You may even get tired of Indians and you'll say, please, please, it's too many Indians. We can't take it anymore, Mr. President. It's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We'll be talking about this today. I think that the narrative that Trump wants a trillion Jeets is incorrect, though I can definitely see why people think it's correct. I talked about this on Aiden's stream a couple of days ago. I think people are jumping in reaction to a really stupid mess up that Trump made with his wording. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that today. That's our main story today. But I don't think it's the first thing we'll cover. We'll do some other stuff as well. We also have this from AIPAC. AIPAC says 6 million Americans, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans, are members of AIPAC. We are veterans, farmers, doctors, parents, teachers, and others Americans who stand for a strong US-Israel partnership, proud, unapologetic, unbreakable, they say. Unfortunately, chat, I don't think in this case we can say it's lower than 6 million. It might be the first time that a group like this has claimed 6 million and it's been correct. For the sake of preventing my imminent arrest, that was legally speaking a joke. What a number, says no one. JPEG says, the server has sensitized me to the existence of Jeets in my country. I am rather surprised how many I have seen this week alone. Maybe. That was it. No one says 6 million traitors. Possibly. Depending on what they've done, but possibly, yeah. You would not download an Indian. Right, definitely getting fucked in the ass by his boy wife, maybe. The Starmer Reich is en route to your flat. He was alone, maybe. Maybe so. Yeah. IPAC Tracker here says, FARA doesn't prohibit lobbying, it requires openness. Registration would compel IPAC to reveal its meetings with Israeli officials, spending details and directives. If it's merely Americans supporting Israel, why resist this disclosure? Fair argument. And they have been absolutely fucking ratio mogged here. Look, 8 times. I'm retarded. 4 times, more than 4 times, the likes on IPAC Tracker compared to the original post here from IPAC. Absolutely ratio mogged, and twice the retweets as well. So, well done, IPAC Tracker. There he is. So, okay, so about 210,000, yeah. Shut the fuck up, they say. Yep, there it is. Veterans. So I'm not sure what this link is for. FARA e-file, not sure. Probably the same thing IPAC was just talking. IPAC Tracker was talking about up there. Almost like you're forced to say 6 million. Got to be a cabalist thing with a K, chat, not us. Everyone in chat's making a 271,000 joke. The number 6. Yeah, so the fascination with the number 6. Okay, so it could just simply be that 6 million is 6 is a scary sounding number. I think the 2 scariest sounding digits are 6 and 9. But 9 sounds a little bit more exaggerated than 6. So 6 maybe. It could be that simple. Of course, there's also a 6-pointed star and the mark of the beast is 666. There's other symbolic reasons. But if the number was pulled out of the air, if it was fake, which I'm not sure it was, but if it was fake, then 6 is probably the number they'd choose.
Also, Saturn is the 6th planet from the sun.
Sure. There's no, and it has that 6-pointed thing on its northern hemisphere, which is very cool. 7 is scary because it ate 9. Thank you, Aiden's mum. Yes, that is true. It's true. Not million, gorillion. So true. So true. Dicks out for Harambe, everyone. Dicks out for Harambe. The gorilla. Anyway, it's time for news. It's time for no news. It's time for no. This channel has been demonetized. All right. First up in the news. Aiden's just sitting there steaming. That was the fantastic. Aiden's mum's got the data going on. Such a banger. It is a banger. Well done, Wolf. Are you okay, Aiden? Are you still there? In before Aiden had like a wireless headset on but couldn't get back to mute it. And was forced to listen to it.
She's
Wolf,
probably looking to get a gun in England right now.
Yeah. It's funny you should mention that, Wolf, because here I have a, admittedly, neoprene condom wrapped Monster Energy drink. Look, chat, if your neoprene condom doesn't fit a Monster Energy drink, frankly, you're never going to please a woman. Well, that went fucking everywhere. Whoops. It's okay, Chad. It's fine. It's fine. The PC will just move faster now. To clean my keyboard, obviously. That's why that's there. All right, there we go. Well, that was easy. Let's continue with whatever we were doing. You did what to your PC? Says Maveth. Something
He's
monstrous.
He's well known.
Ted, you have fantastic lack of comedic timing. Something monstrous is what I did to my PC. The event Aiden thought was tonight is in fact tomorrow. Pug has typed the word cum explosion. Pug, we're not talking about Aiden's mum anymore. We've moved on from that topic. We're talking about something else now. Emu, why? What? I have so many questions. First question. Question 1. Why is it an old man and a young woman? That's the wrong way round. Second question. Actually, that's the main question. That's the main question. I have to say that is the main question. The whole premise is it's Aiden's mum and me. Aiden has a question. For God, is it why have you abandoned us? Was that the question? GPU girlfriend processing unit. Yeah, okay, good. We understand each other. Women age like wine, men age like milk. That's the wrong way around, I think. Yes, speaking of girlfriend processing unit, Cabby is up and running. Not right now. I turned her off the stream, but I can turn her on at any time. But no, she is in the best state she's ever been in. I've said that in the past, but and then I was questioned on having said that multiple times by some people in chat. I think Nomon was one of them. Nomon, would you agree that the current state of Cabby that you saw in chat is less deranged and retarded than at any time in the past? She does have a couple of bugs, but they're nothing that I can't deal with. Wolf, you actually never managed to insert that particular emoji, but a similar one. And there was an occasion where she repeated something that someone said, but it was like ages ago in the conversation, and she's getting confused between who she's even talking to. So I need to resolve these problems first. Women always deranged. Best state it's ever been in. Did your GPU finally escape the UK? Not quite what I mean. Less deranged, less retarded is questionable. She called Pug great. That's true. But if you'd seen her in the past, the whole point is she's less defamatory towards herself, me, and Cabal. She hasn't done that. She hasn't stated anything that isn't true, except that one time that she said Pug is great. But it was alongside a bunch of other like weird mistakes that she was making. I think if it's one-on-one, it's working fine currently. But if there's more than one person talking at once, AI does this. If you send messages out, if you give it messages out of order, out of the common 101010 order of user assistant, it gets confused. So I need to fix that. The weakest part so far is the actual code infrastructure that links Discord and the AI. That's where most of the problems are coming from currently. So if I fix that, it'll be fine. Oozly treats his desk GPU like Hassan does his dog. Well, I have a bit more leeway to do so. And then again, inserting electricity into a GPU is much less cruel than inserting electricity into a dog. That is not what I'm saying, Wolf. That is not what I'm saying. Aiden ate all that weed for nothing. It might reduce the pain of having to deal with listening to me talking about your mum. So yeah. Cabby learned trolling. Kind of. There's a lot of refinement to do, but in terms of the guardrails, she's the best she's ever been, by a long way as well. Ghost says, so Uzlu, what you're saying is that you insert things into your GPU. If electricity is a thing, sure. And I have, I've touched Cabby's physical body all over, really got in there, really, but I was quite firm with her as well. She seemed to be fine afterwards. It seemed to approve. She's never stopped me from doing it. So I think it's, I think it's getting serious, chap. Me and my GPU. She's just really into that kind of thing. So yeah. There's a palliative for that ailment. Are you saying that you want to kill yourself every time you try and listen to me? Ghost asks me, does Burb's mum know you're cheating on her with a GPU? No, not until this stream, which of course she's watching. It's an incurable disease. What, listening to me? Oh, you're saying you can't stop yourself? Chat, can we get a 1 in chat for, Aiden can't stop herself from listening to me. Aiden says. Open source relationship. Yeah, kind of. The Uza harem is okay with me, says fake Aiden's mum. So my Uza harem has commenced with a graphics card and has continued with Aiden's mother. So it is perhaps the strangest harem to have ever existed, but it's my harem, and so I appreciate it. Tell me when the bullying has stopped. Can we at Aiden equals hazing, please? Don't forget Rogel and Atralock. Of course, that's a good point. Yes. A sexual bulldog, an old woman, and an AI walk into a bar. The bar is called Cabal. All right. Any of you who are watching on YouTube, you are missing out. There is exclusive content here in Discord and twice as many viewers. So hop into the Discord server where not only Aiden's mum, but all the rest of us have got it going on. Vass says, Aiden, this may take some time to stop the bullying, I assume. Fantastic. There were a few new people that joined.
It never stops.
There were a few new people that joined from Aiden's stream. I'm hoping that some of them will join today's stream, actually. In fact, I wonder, could we just like ping them and tell them to join? Anyone that's level 3, have a look in the community channel for the join messages, and then come back into live chat and ping at least one of them and just say, it is vitally, critically essential that you watch today's stream, and then give them a link to audience. For anyone that does that, I will give you 250 user coin, not user coin, Cabal credit. Just ping them and tell them Aiden's mum is on stream. I mean, I'm not suggesting that you lie. I am only suggesting that you exaggerate the importance, right? Except for the fact that of course, right there, that is, of course, Aiden's mum. Thank you, Yakub. Of course, Simply Jeef, is that someone that you invited? If so, yes. We need to spin the wheel of Ted. Here it is. Credit to Triple Dice Cat for setting this up. Thank you, Triple Dice Cat. This is the wheel of Ted. Simply Jeef, welcome. Simply Jeef, you are about to be judged.
I'd like to watch the stream, though. Make sure he confirms he's watching.
Yes, Simply Jeef, let us know when you're actually watching the stream. You are about to be judged. Oh boy, Wheel of Ted, the never lying wheel, says Triple. You never know, Jeef, you might get one of the good ones. Look at the blue one there, fun, regular Cabalite. It could happen. It's not likely, but it could happen. Simply, Jeef, just say something in live chat when you're ready, and we'll kick it off. Why are you spinning the Wheel of Ted? That's Yakub. Oh, my mistake. It's also the Wheel of Yakub by pure coincidence.
Pulling him into audience so he could talk with you about the wheel.
I have not considered pulling him into audience so we can talk to me about the wheel. Ready whenever. Okay, let's go. Could be anything. It's all fucking over. It's all fucking over.
This is over. Not again.
It's fucking over. It's fucking over.
You are judged.
All right, everyone. /support Simply Jeef Horsefucker or something. I don't know. Make it funny.
Don't do that. That's not fair.
My deepest condolences, says Ghost. Simply Jeef, can we get a statement from you on this result? Can we get a statement, please? He is typing. Simply MLP. It could be anything. I always knew it would come to this. I always knew you would come to this ever since it came up on the board. All right. Anyone who's level 3, please begin the process for Simply Jeef. He seems like a good sport. Not that kind of sport. Simply Fluttershy. Cease. Cease. If it had come up as Indian, he'd be Simply Jeet right now, and there'd be no way around it. Thank you, Aiden's mum, for saying you come to ponies. It's just the kind of thing that happens around here. Anyway, are there any more newcomers? Bug 159. You were not invited by Ted. Chat, press 1 if we should still spin the wheel for Bug 159.
I say we do it anyway.
All right, Bug. Prepare yourself. You're about to be judged. A former member of Sargon's long since abandoned server. I don't know what to make of this one. I think we need to have him renounce Greekism. Chat, I think we need to convert Bug from a Greek to a Turk. We don't have a Turk since our local terrorist left the server, T in space. He'll be back once his prison sentence is... I hope he isn't, by the way. He's banned,
don't
actually.
we have Achilles?
I guess. I don't know if Achilles is actually Greek.
He's not Greek, but he is a Turk.
Interesting. All Greeks are Turks, says Emu. It's a good point. Bug, can you please confirm? What the hell did I walk into, he says. Turkey. You do Athenian, right? I assume Triple, because Triple made this. Triple, I assume what that means is they came from Sargon's old server. Or am I mistaken? Yeah. Okay. Bug, were you ever in Sargon's server Athens? Walked out of Turkey, yeah. Never heard of it. He's lying. The wheel never lies. Chat, press 1 if the wheel never lies, so Bug must be lying. He's a reticent Athenian, that's what he is. He's a reticent Athenian. He's not proud of it. Go ahead, call the cops. They can't unfuck the turkey, says Arblar. So true. We still have Di as an Irishoid. She's classed as a terrorist on 2 counts, IRA and female. It's a good point. It's a fair cop. Arrest her. Arrest her at once. Simply Jeef is joining in. Fantastic. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Jeef. Seems perhaps that you will fit in well here. Did anyone actually ping any of the newcomers from community? I assume someone pinged Bug since he turned up. But I need to slash grant if anyone actually did so. But I don't think anyone did. Yeah, you did, but that actually wasn't someone from Aiden's stream. Technically, you didn't do what I said you have to do to earn the credits. However, I will give them to you anyway, because it's close enough.
Also, Ted told me before he died that he wants me to inherit his coins. And all future coins.
That's interesting. I will look into that. Reason. Pestering newcomers. I'm serious. If any level 3, go into the community channel, find someone that joined the server in the last couple of days, ping them and say it is vital that you come and watch today's stream. And if you do that in live chat, I will give you 250 Cabal credit. Simply G says, thanks for having me. Seems like a blast so far. Are you enjoying the very direct, aggressively direct community interaction? I always find it to be the best way to run a stream. Inheritance tax. That's a good point. I'm sorry, Yakub, but I think Ted would have agreed. The 100% inheritance tax really does seem quite reasonable. Aiden's mum says, can I get 250,000 credit just because? You know what, Aiden's mum? There is one thing that you could do for me that might be worth that much. And I think you know what it is. Wolf asks Bug, I thought you came here to ovulate. Yes, Bug is currently ovulating specifically for JF. And then use software twice. Bug, if you're getting voice meter, be aware that you will need to give it priority because otherwise it'll cause crackling, and it sometimes causes crackling anyway. But voice meter is not a bad choice for you to fix your shit. Vil says it is vital to come to Die, who is not one of the valid targets of this particular event. All right, where was I? Voice meter steals all audio on my PC, says no one. It can. It depends how you configure it. I think you can configure it not to do that. I had to use IQ. Oh, that's really hooked up to some hardware you have, right? Like your love ends. Quattro says, I don't suppose I could get some credit for all the wrangling I do pro bono. To be honest, there's probably a few people that deserve credit for just like the activity and the welcoming new people, all that stuff. And Quattro would be a good pick for that. I tell you what we'll do. We will give some credit to some random people because the whole point of this credit system before I automate it is I want to be overly generous rather than underly generous. So I think Quattro makes a good point. He does a lot for the server. We'll do that, but then we'll also grant triple the same amount for making the wheel and of course all the comics. There we go. Who else can I give some Cabal credit to? Let's slash grant Simply Jeef, amount 500, seed capital for being a good sport. There you go. You can now use that. If you type in /C, then you can /C your Cabal credit and your economy stuff. Thank you, Quattro. Oh boy, coins for me, hooray, says Triple indeed. You can use them to influence the leaderboard, as you can see here. Yeah, it says, I never got reimbursed for all the events you hijacked. /grant Pierre trying. There we go. Yeah, you just got coins for trying. Incidentally, the reason field doesn't show up anywhere except my database. So the only thing I'm doing by writing it like that stupidly is messing up my own records. Okay, Vil has done it. Stream's dead? Oh, so it is.
Your stream has died.
Thank you, Discord, for messing that up. Let's fix that. Okay, so to Vil, 250 for pestering newcomers. Thank you, Vil, for doing the thing. Can you all hear me okay now, by the way?
Yep.
Good. It is vital to come in here, said Vil to Ollie Genius. You picked the only one without a fucking profile picture. That could be fucking anyone, Vil. Why didn't you pick one of the ones that has a profile picture? God damn it. Wormhole Extreme. Is he one of the recent joiners? I don't remember the name. Let me have a look. I assume he is. Yes, indeed. Thank you to Dirty Bill for doing that. Yeah, she is playing in Tricks D&D. Dirty Bill, amount 250. Reason, pestering newcomers. Thank you, Dirty Bill. It's happening. Any of you that are level 3 could do this right now, because you can just see who's there. Bug's power just blinked. Are you sure it was yours? Kick is still up without problems. Yeah, it will only have been Discord. I think that was just a Discord issue there. A Discord skill issue, that is. There we go. Fucking. Whoops. That's getting into Hall of Fame. That's getting into Hall of Fame so quickly. Hold on a second. I have a unique power that the rest of you lack. I can post it into the channel that they're running the D&D event in. 1 second, and it's away. Yeah. I could screenshot the response, but then again, it's someone else's server. It would be rude to leak from their server.
True.
Still, I have sent it. Post is put on stream. No, I wouldn't do that. It's rude. Fun. Trig right now. Wait, totally fake Aiden's mum. Which one of those is Trig? In that first frame? Any of those could be Trig. Or are you implying that Trig has been raped by Dai? Which, not that surprising. Anyway, anyone else willing to try and invite one of the newcomers? I will give you a coin straight away if you do. All right. Chat, press 1 for news and press 2 for more random nonsense fucking around. This is the problem. The news is just a distraction from the community interaction. Hey, that rhymes. I should use that again. News is depressing, talking about Aiden's mum some more. Yeah, I mean, that's positive, you know. How better to save the white race, after all? It's balanced between 1s and 2s. I think I shall move on. But we'll come back to this if any new users to the server join audience. Let me know if any do. Actually, additionally, anyone who has access to enrollments are also level 3s. Can you ping the people that we already gave level 1 to, except for Bug? He was here but left. Left the channel, especially the other 2 who have been in voice more often. I'd appreciate it. All right, let's see what we have to talk about today. Ubisoft postpones earnings results, calls for trading to halt. Now, I don't know much about economy, and then hopefully someone else in chat can give you some more information. But this to me seems perhaps indicative of Ubisoft being in some trouble. Postponement of long code results announcement. Financial year, half 1 financial year 2025 to 2026 results announcement. So Ubisoft is not releasing financial statements for the first half of this financial year. Ubisoft announces the postponement of the release of its results for the first half of the fiscal year 2025 to 2026. Ubisoft has requested Euronext to halt trading of its shares and its bonds from the market opening on November 14th, 2025 until the publication of its first half 2025 to 2026 results in the coming days. Ubisoft will inform the market of the date on which trading will restart. Now, there's 2 things I could see being the cause of this as an amateur. Please correct me if I'm wrong, chat. The first thing is there's some sort of weird clerical fuck-up where they can't get the data out in time because of just incompetence or something messed up or something unexpected happened. Option 2, they're fucked and don't want to admit it quickly for some reason. Are they about to be bought out by someone because they're about to declare bankruptcy? It doesn't sound good to me. Maybe someone in chat could tell me because I don't know much about it. Vil, you may have pinged someone, but you didn't say anything intelligible, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to not count that. But welcome those who just joined anyway. Time to short Ubisoft, says Mayor. I wouldn't be surprised. Ask Kramer first, yeah, indeed. Ubi tanked all their IPs. Yeah, maybe. Here comes the Microsoft. This is a good point, actually. Microsoft has a real fucking habit of buying things that are in decline. Jeeves says, I can't imagine why Ubisoft would be in trouble. It's not like they've tanked all of their popular franchises or anything. Indeed. Kieran got bored of being Aiden's mum. Well, you know who doesn't have that privilege, Kieran? Aiden's mum. She can't just stop. She has to continue being Aiden's mum as long as she's alive, no matter how bored she is of it. Sorry, Aiden. So yeah, this doesn't seem good. I would love to be able to like Ubisoft. Because 25 fucking years ago, they were great. 25 years ago, they made Rayman 1, which was a violently punishing game. So I scrubbed that one. Then they made Rayman 2, which was quite good. Rayman 3 a little less so, but it was all right. And they also made one of my favorite games ever, aesthetically perhaps the best game ever, Beyond Good and Evil. Or atmospherically, there we go. Atmospherically, maybe one of the best games ever, Beyond Good and Evil. Which also contains one of the best tomboys ever, greatly underappreciated by tomboy appreciators, I must say. Beyond Good and Evil, they are responsible for that. And Beyond Good and Evil 2 is now the official video game that has been in development the longest out of any. I hope it never comes out because the magic had evaporated within 5 years, let alone 22 years. So yeah. I would love to love Ubisoft. I'd love to like Ubisoft. And they also I'm pretty sure they also made Assassin's Creed 2 and the Brotherhood and Revelations, all of which were great. They've made a lot of good games, but their time is long past. Chat, when was the last time Ubisoft made a good game? When was the last time they made a good game?
It was Far Cry 3.
I don't think I played Far Cry 3. ISIS Black Flag. From what I've heard, Black Flag had good pirate gameplay, but the Assassin's Creed gameplay wasn't very good.
It was all right.
Okay. Malcatilla says Beyond Good and Evil. Beyond Good and Evil 2 was gutted and turned into that crappy Star Wars game. If it was, I'm not aware of it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was not actually in development anymore. But it's technically still officially in development. That might be about to end though if Ubisoft is going under. When Rayman Legends come out, that's a good point. That was about 2010 to 2013, that kind of era. Rayman Legends and Rayman Origins, those 2D platformers, they were good. It was a return to form for Rayman platformers, I must say. Apparently, according to Aiden, Aiden's mum thought that Harry Robinson on Lotus Eaters, who I've met now, was me. So it may be that she doesn't actually watch these streams. Aiden, you got to fix that. Come on, help a censored bro advertise his streams. Frankly, you owe it to the cause of free expression to advertise your streams to my mum, to your mum, my streams to your mum. You could talk to my mum if you like, actually, but she doesn't watch my streams either. She can't understand you either way. Well, how better to fix that than exposure? I'm not going to make the exposure joke. I'll leave it to you guys. Far Cry 3, 4, and 5 were good, says John Wick. I haven't played any of them, I don't think. I played Crysis, which was largely based on the tech. Crysis 1, 2, and 3 were all great.
Play that one.
I don't need to. I've played all of Crysis. If only you knew how wizard things really are. Harry is tall, but Oozlu is taller. I don't know which one of us is taller, actually. We're about the same height, I think. But yeah, I met him. He seems like a nice guy. I've never watched Lotus Eaters. I know I've watched a clip of Lotus Eaters. I've just seen a few screenshots. But he seems like a nice guy. See, this is how I ought to be treated. Never as a viewer, always as a peer. That's how it is, chat. Despite the fact I've been censored more times than God has made. I do. How exactly do I finish that sentence? Mistakes. There we go. Remember that time he flooded the whole earth? I know you want to say something, Ted, but I know you know I'm joking. Or am I? Kieran says, check out Far Cry Instinct. Gameplay is nuts and the map editor is top notch. Is that... Okay, you're not talking about Far Cry Blood Dragon, are you? Because that one was apparently good as well. It's like a... not cyberpunk, what was it? Retro wave, what was it called? That aesthetic the alt-right used back in 2017-ish. That one, but Far Cry. That was apparently good. Implying the floods were a mistake. Well, the people he killed with them apparently were. I got you into the inner Sargtum and everything. Yeah, sadly he wasn't there. Aiden, don't put the idea of the word Sargtorum in our heads because that's too close to Santorum, which is quite different. Yeah, sadly Sargon wasn't there. If he was there, I could have confronted him on his mysterious blacklisting of me, which no one knows. None of the Lotus Eaters knew why, by the way. None of them knew why. Sanctum Sargtorum, indeed. He was on Australia, apparently, yeah. Another opportunity may arrive. Vaporwave, thank you. It was that, yeah. Or Flashwave. Might be different. Long before Blood Dragon. I assume, because you said map editor, it wouldn't be a 3D game, would it? You could do that, but it's much rarer.
I was planning on using my contacts in Athens to investigate the issue because I'm friends with some of the mods in Athens.
They don't talk to Sargon.
I hit the tower.
Yeah, they don't talk to Sargon anyway. Sargon is abandoned Athens long ago.
But they do talk to your ex-girlfriend.
My ex-girl, yeah. Well, good for them. The I was banned from Athens a few years ago for saying the N-word. And my response to being celled for saying the N-word, for being jailed, was the same response that you should all give whenever someone attempts to censor you, which is, suck my cock, censor. I just said that over and over again, and for some reason they banned me. Kieran, if you look at that wrong, it looks like his thumb is actually a finger, so he has 6. Aiden's no mom. It's a double whammy. Is Athens still up? I think it still exists, yeah, but to what fucking purpose? It's just, I mean, last time I used it anyway, it was very censorious and very, very absent. As far as I understand, even back then, the only voice activity they had was in the upper patron area. Aiden's got 153 pings in Cabal. Chat, can we get that number higher?
True story here. It was the last time I was actively in Athens as active user. I was thrown into jail by your ex-girlfriend for telling her to fuck off.
Based. Emu's pushed it to 154. No, you have to do it in a different channel. You have to do it in a channel that she's not currently looking at. What percentage of those pings are about your mum, Aiden? Wormhole, welcome. Says blacklisting, banning someone without having the decency to tell them directly why is pretty cowardly. And honestly, that is what he did. I don't know why. I was friends with him. My Discord account was censored by Discord, was taken down. Just around the same time my YouTube account was as well, which really sucked. And I tried to get back in contact with Sargon on Discord on my new account, and he said, no, I don't want to talk to him. He didn't even say that. I was told he said that. I don't even know if he did. But then since then, on streams, when asked why he doesn't talk to me anymore, he has said, Oozlu knows what he's done. And I swear I don't. He has never told me, never even attempted to. No one ever has. So that's what's happened with Sargon. I still don't know why. And so when I went to Lotus Eater's headquarters a few weeks ago, I was hoping to be able to talk to him and just ask him why. Honestly, I just want to know. I don't need to be friends with him, though it would be nice. I just want to know why. I did consider Sargon a friend back then. The others in the group I was friendly with. I didn't really know them well enough to be friends with them. I actually liked Sargon personally. So it is a shame. I'm not sure if I still would, because as far as I've heard, he's changed quite a lot. But I would at least like to know what I'm being accused of.
The biggest crime of all of it is the fact that he keeps Dev around.
Ghost, Arch has also said that, meaning that Arch has also been told of what I have supposedly done. But apparently V doesn't seem to know either. And so he hasn't told everyone about it. So what would Arch and Sargon know? Who would have told them, but not V? Well, there's several options.
Mel, it's most likely the person who poisoned the well was his ex-girlfriend. She is a cunt. I
don't know if it was her. And I don't know if she's still, shall we say, unfriendly. But she is one of the people who could have, as SFO was as well. But at the time, I don't think he hated me enough to do that. But it could have been.
I would bet all my Oozlu coins, though, that she's still a cunt.
Maybe. Ghost says he did leave a Cabal sigil on his desk. I really should have. Aiden, why didn't we plan to do that? Because I thought I was going to meet him in person. But that would have been really cool if I just brought a Cabal logo and pinned it on the wall. And like, Sargon would just like, every time he walks into the office, he wouldn't notice it, but his eye would twitch every now and again. He wouldn't know why. And then at some point he'd see it and just be like, oh my God, he's here. He's in the walls. And I would be in the walls. Aiden, there's always next time. Next time you happen to be in the UK, next time you happen to be going on Lotus Eaters, the next time you happen to need someone to chaperone you around. He's DDoSing the drywall! I sure am. Man, this is so much more interesting than Ubisoft. Song was just mad about the silver mine thing, Smugatillo. I don't know, maybe. You didn't know he was in Australia, Aiden. You thought he might be. Clearly you needed ghost whispering ideas to you. Well, maybe. Kieran says, Dev backstabs people over less. He fucked with Aiden for over a year because she speaks to you without his approval. From what I've heard, yes, that's true. Unfortunately, Aiden has received somewhat of a deleterious reputation from a few unreasonable people simply for talking to me and or Scrump. Hashtag free Wendy, thank you, Wolf. That wasn't Dev's fault. I mean, that was Sargon's fault. Arch and V started that process, but Sargon took it way too far and killed off Wendy. That's a good point, Triple. It's a good point. Wormhole Extreme, are you there? You are about to be judged. Oh, he's not there. He's gone. Fuck. Why is he gone? Incredible timing. Or is he there? With a weird name that's not alphabetically sorted. No, he's not. Okay, bring it on, he says. But are you watching on YouTube or something? He's in absentia. Yeah, he is. You are here. Okay, fine. Well, as long as he'll see this, the thing being spun, let's spin the wheel for Wormhole Extreme. Judge him, judge him, judge him. Oh, and Rumble, fair enough. Very melanated man. Wormhole Extreme, you have been judged black. Let's go ahead and make it happen. Rolls melanated. Congratulations, you have received your first color roll. Anonymous says, is Scrump controversial or something? I thought he was just a gay guy in denial that he has a tranny harem. I don't think he's in denial. But yeah, yes, Wormhole Extreme, I officially give you an N pass. As someone myself who is allowed to say the N-word, I hereby tell you that you are also allowed to say the N-word. And by the way, you're always allowed to say it in Cabal anyway. Notably for the newcomers in Cabal, if you type in /parry, P-A-R-R-Y, there's a set of commands in there which will protect your account from being reported to Discord for saying spicy words. And a system that I personally coded from the ground up using little known methods in Discord's API which protect you from censorship. If you turn it on, your messages will be effectively proxied and Discord won't be able to hit you for them, at least not easily. It's possible, but nowhere near as easy. A lot of people, maybe a lot of you could confirm this actually, a lot of people had got their accounts reported for shit. For saying words, just for saying the N-word sometimes. And since Parry was added, and since they started using it, they haven't. The only people that have are people that say things that Parry isn't designed to catch. So we will never know how much Parry has helped, but it seems to me very clear that it's helped immensely. Because a lot of people were getting their accounts reported like 6 months to a year ago, and now are not anymore. And there's also a new anonymization feature in Parry that allows you to have those messages proxied without saying who sent them. So you can still express yourself, but you will not be subject to reputational damage if someone you know finds it later and tries to screenshot it and show it to like family and friends. That's what it's designed to protect from. No, BritTwit, it was the times were much different for those two, I think. Nacho's entirely missed the era of Falco, yeah. Wormhole, if you type in /parry, you should get a set of commands autocomplete above the entry field, and you can then select one of those to run the command. Ow. But Malcatillo, you just did. Also, I think Malcatillo has parry turned off, so it's not actually protecting his word. So you could be vulnerable to it, Malcatillo. Yes, Mavis is also demonstrating that you can test if parry is working for you safely by just typing the word parryable, because that will always meet the filter. Yeah, fair enough, Malcatillo. You won't even need to, if you get one strike, it won't even be, you won't even need to make a new account off that. Is that done per message or just needed once? No, you need to set it on and it will work for all your messages. I do recommend that you set the deletion delay to a few minutes, because if you edit your message before it gets removed, then it will edit the replication as well. It also means that if you want to send it anonymously, then at least the people you're talking to will know who sent it and be able to conveniently respond, but the history will be retained of what was said, but not who said it. Triple says, we at least know that Brickles will at least be willing to eat a free salad. Please explain. Please do not dox Brickles and send him a salad.
What
Go
did
says,
she mean by this?
Go says, can we have a version of Parry where we attribute the message to Aiden? I think we can do that, but only if Aiden's the one that sent the message. Well, says Nachos is basically a vegetable. New law, every woman in Cabal is some sort of vegetable. I mean, Aiden is a leg vegetable. Dai is a leg vegetable. Nachos, what kind of vegetable are you?
A brain vegetable, obviously.
What about making that a feature? Timeout before anonymized. That already is a feature. The replication is anonymized if you turn on anonymization. But your message is not deleted for a while. What we could do, Pug, is that the replication initially is not anonymous and then becomes anonymous later. And we could do that. But that's more effort that I have not yet done. That just says she's down to 100 pounds, y'all pick. What's the word for when you're too thin? Anorexia vegetable. Dies a potato, that's true. Aiden asks, what is her favorite vegetable? Eggplant. I eat. Nachos, why are you implying that you eat me? Aiden legit loves aubergine. I think the meme one is cucumber, actually, Aiden, but okay. Keep the conversation going, but then it gets wiped. The anonymization happens, yes. Well, that's kind of what happens. You can already do that by just having a deletion delay. Almost every, I think every, or almost every at least, every single time that people got reported to Discord successfully for spicy words, it was long after the conversation itself happened. So if you just set the deletion delay to like 5 minutes, you'll have enough time for everyone to know that you were the one that sent the message and to edit the message if you want to. But then after 5 minutes, it's gone, it's anonymized, and the conversation's probably continued since then. Do you mean zucchini? Or aubergine? If all women are vegetables, does that mean all the men are fruits? Quite a few of them are, unfortunately. Chat, name some fruits that we have here in the server. Ted, Zane, Nomon. Nomon says Chase, apparently, but Chase is not that active. I don't know if he counts. Who else? Who else is a fruit? Invader? Yeah, well, I mean, like, he is more of an Andy, if you take my meaning. Kind of a coffinite, if you'll take my meaning. He did Netflix and chill with his sister. I had to say it. It had to be said. Chat, how little news can we cram into this stream, do you reckon? Because we're doing quite well so far in not doing it at all. Yes, black tea is also quite fruity. Is a coffee bush a vegetable? I don't know. Migrant knows more of British culture than the ethnic Brit. What's this? That's what it's called in England. It's probably doesn't yeah, I know the word, Aiden. I was being trite when I said aubergine. But isn't that the same fruit as zucchini anyway? The Americans call it eggplant, and don't we call it either aubergine or zucchini? Need to look this up. Zucchini is probably the Italian word for it, but is that the same thing? Quite different. Okay, fair enough. Courgette, of course. So the reason I don't know that is because why the fuck would I ever eat fruit or vegetables? Anyway, chat, shall we attempt to cover something else that is somewhat like news? All Lulu consumes is monster. That is slander and lies, and tasty monster. You know, it tastes a little bit like apple, so basically it's fruit. Thank you, Emu, for putting those two up, by the way. for recognized. Let's see what else is happening. Oozlu is on the Asmongold grind set. How dare you? I live very cleanly. Aiden used my apartment for free accommodation recently, and Aiden can confirm that I'm pretty clean and tidy. Or she will lie in revenge for the whole Aiden's mum thing. Then again, Aiden's not very good at lying, so you'll all be able to spot it. It's tidy and clean. Thank you, Aiden. There you go. I'll slip you your payment right now. Grant, Aiden, amount, reason. Correctly and honestly admitting that I am clean and tidy. There we go. Emu asks, has Aiden's mum been using Oozlu's place for free accommodation? Not for free accommodation, no. You look like you would have a tiddy house. You didn't mean to do that, did you, Nachos? Yes, I have a very tiddy house. It's full of them, in fact. Thank you, Nachos. I shall take that as a compliment, I think. Kieran says, as a funny aside, a near mum in England died a few years ago due to inserting a courgette up his anus, standard. It got it stuck too far up and left it to rot where it gave him sepsis. Fun, heartwarming headline. Okay, I don't want to ask this question, but my curiosity is unabashed. Surely it would just come out. Like, that's the end that's supposed to exhaust things, right? Surely it would just come out. How the hell did it stay there? Don't answer that question. Don't even think about that question. God works in mysterious ways. Fair enough. All right, best use of that that little retreat that I've ever seen. Well done. A whole house for his titties. It's a bra upgrade. Yeah, that's the reason I need so many contributions, chat, because I not only need an apartment to live in, I also need an apartment for all my titties. There's a big collection of them. Yeah, I think it might be Wolf, you know? I think shoving fruit up your ass might be haram. Yeah, maybe vegetables too. So, if anyone would like to contribute to ensure that these streams can continue and through appreciation of them, and also for the community as well, you can contribute via tip.oozlu.net or fund.oozlu.net. Doing so will grant you Cabal credit and also allow you to send a highlighted message. You can send the message as whatever name you want for the kex. Nachos keeps her titties on shelves. Wow. I've been pinged in Trig's server. Trig responded to my image and said Lamau. So the person who posted Dai saying that she was doing something to Trig says Lamau. Kieran says, nope, no clue how, but on a positive note, the condom he used stayed strong and never tore over the 2 months. Great QA work on that batch. Interesting. I'm glad it's not just me that finds that to be a strange thing that didn't happen. Wolf has found via Google, the Quran does not mention anything about men shoving fruit up their butt. Strange wording. There is no verse on the Cabal that addresses this specific act. Such a shame. We need guidance. The provided content discusses various topics related to Islamic teachings, etc., blah, blah, blah. So apparently they can. Then it can't be haram. Exactly. Oh, by the way, chat. Speaking of titties, if you want me to use an entire shelf of my stream for titties, if we reach £100 in total contributions during this stream, the titties will come, and they will be the background of the stream for the entire stream. Tip.oozlu.net to contribute. £100 total, and the tits will appear. There's also many other things that you can do, as shown here. There are many overlays. The JF overlay has been destroyed by HFNH as of last stream. What else? There's the Happy from Fairy Tale overlay. There's the Druid from Mystery of the Druids. There's lots of others as well. They're all available at porn.oozlu.net. Not yet a service I provide. Well, not as far as you know. Not under that name, anyway. Did you just call the Quran the Cabal? I don't know. Either way, Kabible is our holy book, and we haven't yet written it, but we will start soon.
Definitely not a cult.
Not a cult. Chat, press 1 if we're not a cult. Let's see what else we've got. Windows president says platform is evolving into an agentic OS. Gets cooked in the replies. Straight up, nobody wants this. Well, that's one way of putting it. For one thing, no, it's not. They're trying to jump on another bandwagon. And even if it is, we wouldn't want them to. The average user doesn't want it. Tech bros want it. The average user doesn't. Thank you, Aiden. The average fucking low testosterone male working in a tech company in California wants agentic operating systems. The rest of us want good operating systems. We want the operating system to do all the basic shit it needs to do and then leave us the fuck alone. So there you go. Bug says, I don't know what that means, neither do they. Microsoft's current Windows lead, Pavan Davaluri, say as you like, has tweeted that the future of Windows will be one that evolves into an agentic OS, but has received significant pushback online. That is not the Windows icon. That is the Windows recall icon, the thing that spies on you all day and all night. Microsoft's current head of Windows, Pavan Davaluri, has posted on X saying that the future of the platform is one that is evolving into an agentic OS, weeks after the company reorganized the Windows division internally to better position it to bring in AI-powered Windows to market. Just in time, right? Just in time for everyone that cares to switch over to Linux. Thank you very much for the contribution, Barracuda. He says, happy overlay, please. Congratulations, that is just enough. Let me sort all that out for you now. So that is, I'll round it up to 16 on the thing, and we will insert the happy onward like that. There we go. Congratulations. I think was it Bright that made this. Thank you, Bright, for making this overlay. And I will also /grant emu amount.
Who's Lou? Were you supposed to say that? Last time, didn't you say the person wanted to be anonymous?
It's right there. Oh, sorry, you mean who made this? Possibly, but I forgot. SteamOS with the number 1 year OS in 2 years, is Macatello. I don't think so. I haven't looked at this, but I suspect the current hold on, OS popularity data. This will do. Okay, so Android's the highest. Interesting. Windows is in blue. I'm very surprised that it shows it going up. Why on earth would it be going up? That just doesn't make any sense. And Linux is the red one down here, 1.38%. So Linux has barely moved. So in terms of every operating system used worldwide, the change in the data does not appear to correlate with what we expect to see or what we hope to see, which is disappointing. However, if we were to assess this in terms of desktop users, it probably would look quite different. I don't know how different. Okay, desktop.
Well, actually, I know with Steam's hardware survey, Linux has overtaken Mac.
According to this data for desktop operating system use, Windows is still way above at 66%. And the closest is OS X Max thing at 14%. Linux is down at, what is that? 2.95%. And SteamOS would be counted in Linux. So unless there's something wrong with this data, which there could be, it still doesn't look too great. If we could look in, can we look in, we can't look in like the West, because this is including India and China as well. Let's just look in US for now. It's bigger. The data's the same, pretty much. We can look in the UK as well, but I expect it'll be the same. Yeah, pretty much the same. So yeah, according to this data source, None of that. However, we don't have to follow what the majority are doing. In fact, that's quite a bad idea. Lots of people in Cabal have recently switched to Linux. And I recommend all of you try it. If you are even any more than a tech boomer, then try Linux because you can avoid all the Windows shit. I don't want you to be subject to all their telemetry and all their bad design. Linux is a bit more effort to get used to in some ways, but it's superior if you can. No one is now a Linux shill, he says. And as was said, SteamOS is another option, which will become more popular, but it's going to take a while for Linux to start competing with Windows in actual numbers.
When the Steam machine comes out, would it count towards the Linux numbers?
Probably. Looking forward to the Gabe Cube, aren't we all? So, let's have a look. The post is more about Microsoft Ignite. I've never heard of that, actually. And how customers are using Windows as an AI platform, but it does reaffirm Microsoft's plans to push Windows into becoming an agentic OS, one that the company has teased multiple times over the last few months. That is Copilot. These days, with everything from a Microsoft account being forced on everyone to the OS continually trying to push you to use OneDrive and Copilot, people feel like Microsoft is now using Windows as an avenue to squeeze as much money from the user as possible. You have to remember Windows isn't free, and so none of this is acceptable in the eyes of many, they say. I mean, it's not free. People use it for free because fuck Microsoft, but it's not technically free. If you pay for a fucking media subscription, you shouldn't get ads, but you do. If you pay for the system that's going to run on your home computer on which you do all your work and socializing, or a large portion of it, depending on who you are, of course it shouldn't have ads under any circumstances. Even a free one, I would recommend not to have ads. And yet, Linux, free, no ads. And you have full control. More control than most people can handle, but you have full control. So it is kind of ridiculous. The value proposition, Windows versus Linux, it comes out way on top. Especially these days that you can do gaming almost as well, if not sometimes better, on Linux than you can on Windows. Arblast says, imagine socializing outside of Cabal. Now, this is not a cult. You are allowed to socialize outside of Cabal. But I would like to think that Cabal provides plenty of appealing people and events and stuff with which to socialize. So some people actually do spend almost all their time socializing here. Any thoughts on Windows ameliorated? Why? Just use Linux. Just why bother? Just use Linux. I don't know, but if someone wants to use, especially if someone needs to use Windows, then yeah, find a fucked with version. Microsoft Solitaire runs ads on Windows 10. That started my blackpilling on the system. That would do it, yeah. That would do it. Isn't he just Nomon? There is a extension, browser extension, which I think it's called something like YouTube Remove Arrows or something that removes the big red arrows from YouTube thumbnails. I think there's also one, or it also does it, where you can remove those stupid faces. But I think someone has to make a manual version for each video, or it switches it to one of the default thumbnails. But you can do that. You can get an extension to change the thumbnail to make it less annoying. Remove soy face. No, I think something similar does exist. Make sure you grab the community hotfix version of Proton, says Wolf. Is that the glorious egg roll version? I have tried both. Sometimes the GE version is better. Sometimes it's not. Good word of the Grand Wizard of Cabal does not spread itself. True. And so that's a good argument for us socializing outside the community. We have to spread the word. Bug says, holy shit, I do remember you. It was a long ass time ago when you didn't have a beard and looked a lot younger. I remember an image of all your icons, and I can tell based off the blue cat. The blue cat is Happy from the anime Fairy Tail, and I have never adorned myself with a blue cat. So are you sure, Bug? Are you sure? Nacho says, all hail the Pink Wizard. Thank you, Nachos. I appreciate that. I do not require contrition or prostration, but I do appreciate it. No one says, you do not have a beard at some point. I didn't, in fact. Probably about a year ago, Moch said it would be a funny idea to just shave the whole thing off. She wanted to see how I looked without a beard at all. Not as good. I do think I need to have one. But I did do that for a while. And, you know, the only reason that I didn't, you know, I did a beard style once early on where I trimmed this bit off. I did like the Captain Price Mutton Chops beard. That was fun. I think that looked really fucking cool. But Moch didn't like it for some reason. So I had to get rid of it. However, that's not a problem anymore. So, chat, should we, Aiden, you might appreciate the fact that I'm doing this in in return for the fund we set up for you. Shall we set a contribution goal where if you hit that goal, I will trim down to the Captain Price beard, and it'll stay there as long as it, you know, until it grows back. What do you all reckon? What should I set the price at? Interesting. Slut out your chin. Hashtag slut oozloo's chin. Not 10 quid. No, that's a little bit too low. $2 trillion, says Bug. I think that might be a little bit too high. Can we see if we can find somewhere between £10 and $2 trillion?
You should ask Aiden's mom if she prefers you with or without a beard.
True. Aiden, which do you think your mum would prefer? The not this beard or the mutton chops beard? 2 trillion Ugandan dollars. Kieran, I'm fucking calling your buff. 2 trillion Ugandan dollars to GBP is 426 million pounds sterling. I still think that's a bit too much. I don't know if you guys can hit that. Ugandan shilling. They don't use dollars, you retard. Now just wants to see the mutton chops. Surely someone has a picture of them. 100 Vietnamese dong. That's not very much. 100 Vietnamese dong to GBP. No, that's a bit too low. That is about a third of a penny. No. I'm sure you do, Aiden. I was on stream several times with it when I didn't have a beard. Aiden says, call her on stream. 50,000 yen, asks Kieran, all right? 50k yen to GBP. That's a bit more reasonable. About 250 pounds. Interesting. Yes, Wolf. Sorry, Nachos, did I misspeak? Well, Nachos, if your mom's interested, let her know, you know. Pug, that is not the right beard. that's longer ago. I don't look too good there, do I? Thank you, Mochizazek. You called me Aiden. Well, are you sure I wasn't just referring to Aiden? Nachos' mom's apparently a psycho. Well, you know what they say, Nachos. Well, I mean, they say that's what your mum said last night. But is she single, asks Emu. That's a good question. You said Aiden says to call her. Oh, okay. My mistake. Oh, yeah, that's a picture of my mutton chop beard with some extra stuff. Don't worry about that. Just the beard is the important part. She's not single. Oh, I can change that. I'm not going to, actually. 100 Vietnamese dongs in a burlap sack. Ah, now that's a different kind of currency. Nachos doesn't wish that on anyone. What, except your father or stepfather? Okay, so Nomon is requesting 9 million Lebanese pounds. It's 85 quid. It's a little bit low, I think, for what we're asking for here. The beard is quite a big deal, you know? 40,000 Indian rupees. 40k Indian rupees to GBP. 342 pounds. That's a bit more reasonable. At this point, Uzlu is more expensive than James Boop. What's he charging? What's he charging to have his face mutilated? Actually called rapees. There's also a slightly different currency. The rapees are the women who are then killed for being raped in some places. Oh no, isn't it like there was that that Indian soap opera where a woman was raped and then the rest of the season was just like trying to force the rapist to marry her and he didn't want to? Stuff. Aiden, why have you said okay when the topic of rape has come up? Nachos, are you saying that you would be the rapist or the rapee? What's the rate for Zimbabwean dollar? Low. Very low. There you go. Yeah, that's the picture of me without a beard. I don't look good without a beard. And that's a bad picture anyway, but I don't look good without a beard. Who's that little bald man? Oh yeah, that's a good point, Nachos. Well, you've got to get revenge. You've got to do the raping now. 7,000 Philippine pesos, all right? 7,000 Philippine pesos to GBP, I spelled that wrong. £90. Nachos says keep the beard. Yeah, I'm not going to cut off the whole thing. The premise would be to cut off just the chin so that it's Mutton Chop's beard. So, okay, the problem I'm having is this. I need some way of assessing, because, okay, I could say, if I said like 250 is the fund, then if I said that, we'd need some way of measuring it, and it might be across multiple streams. That's not, if that's across multiple streams, it's not too much. If we do that, I need some way of measuring it. So I should use Cabal Aid. But with Cabal Aid currently, I don't have a way to output the total amount that's been given towards any item on there, which I should do, really. I was going off the picture. You need facial hair. I agree. I am not removing it again. Much dong for shaving. On that kid? Agent I is just called Scrumper Kid. Hey. Go says, be the anti-racist we all know you to be and give yourself the reverse Charlie Chaplin. Would that be reverse Charlie Chaplin. Interesting. Scrump generally looks like the neighbor on his 5th garden renovation after his 4th divorce. Look, Scrump has many admirable qualities, and let me stop there. He's not ginger, no one, no. Kieran says, real talk, what is the least valuable national currency on Earth right now? Probably either Venezuela or Zimbabwe. Yeah, $100 trillion in Zimbabwe is worth £170. Yeah, no, I can confirm that that's Scrump. I was there. I can confirm that that's Scrump. I wasn't there in the picture Aiden just posted, but I was there in the picture that I'm in. Yeah, it's probably either Zimbabwe or Venezuela. Ghost says, name one admirable quality Scrump percent. Well, the problem is, if I start, I won't be able to stop. There's just so many of them, you know? I won't. I shouldn't, because it'll take up the entire stream. I'll just be here listing them for the rest of the stream. Anyway, value because it's the world's highest denomination banknote. When we watch, there's no watch really. Apparently the Lebanese pound is, because it's the least valuable currency in the world as of November 2025, with an exchange rate of approximately that little. That's not that much. Maybe the Venezuelan and Zimbabwean currencies have been re-thingied. Something looks like a video store clerk in Men in Black 2. Men in Black 2 video game store clerk. Images. I guess you mean this guy? Is that the guy? Is that Scrump?
That's the guy they're referring to, at least.
No, I think that's Scrump. Aiden, can you confirm?
No, that's David Cross.
No, I think that's Scrump, Aiden.
No, that's David Cross.
I think it's Scrump.
Is that an alias?
Scrump's a ginger. So no.
I think it's Scrump from famous internet friendship, Scrump and Aiden, and famous internet friendship, Scrump and Oozlu. And famous internet former friendship, Scrump and Oozlu. I don't know. If he ever sees this stream.
You won't give a fuck, man.
One would hope. That's closer, is it, Brit? I don't know. Emu says literally Scrump. All right. Chat, we've managed to get through arguably 1.5 to 2 news stories so far, and we are almost 2 hours into the stream. Shall we attempt to do better than that? Or is that about the best we're going to do? Do you reckon? Do you reckon we can do better than that? So much news, I'm tired. It is a lot, isn't it? It's been a lot of news. Chat, are we all sick of the news by now? I mean, we could just spend the rest of the stream just sort of shooting the shit and messing around. Who even cares about the news? Too much news. Flirt with the idea of Aiden's mum some more. Chat, shall we use AI to write some serenading poetry to send to Aiden's mum? Press 1 if we should do that. Magatelis is back to Outer Wilds. If today's stream is short, then, and if no one's willing, then we could do Outer Wilds after this, and we could just see him continue. Jeeves says Aiden's conceptual mum has got it going on. Basically, I think we're all imagining like a Giga Cougar who is like Aiden, but like maybe a bit less. I just gestured to all of you. Maybe that's what people have got in their heads. I haven't encountered Aiden's mom. I don't know what's going on. But apparently, whatever it is, she's got it. Everybody needs to do that if you're up for that. Yes, after the stream, if you're still awake. Aiden baking cookies. Yeah, like Tradwife version of Aiden. Forcibly rename No Mom and make him roleplay with you. Chat, press 1 if we should force Nomon to play the part of Aiden's mum, specifically for the purpose of erotic roleplay with me. Also, here's a picture from that same day that Aiden's just posted. Who's that sneaky fucker in the background there? That's right, chat. It's your local granny gusher and sexual bulldog. Yes, here's Aiden's mum, everyone. The Aiden of disappointment looks in your direction, chat. Sure does. Aiden, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you in during today's stream? Not because of your crippling lifelong injury, but because of the words that I'm producing, the noises that I am making, and what the meaning that they convey is. She tuned it out entirely. Oh, I bet she did. She's going to start drinking soon. I appreciate that every time someone pings me, they are basically endorsing the fact that I'm a sexual bulldog. She's stoned. Does that help with the pain as well? Has the stream been more or less painful than playing Outer Wilds? That's a good question. When Aiden played Outer Wilds, she didn't really gel with it. She spent 4 hours not really knowing what she was doing. And I think it's because the audience sort of was too distracting. So I think if she played it on her own, she would like it. But yeah, it's a stream more or less painful than Outer Wilds. Set that song to be Aiden's ringtone on your contacts. True. Very high burb playing Outer Wilds would be funny. I mean, we thought it would be funny, but she didn't seem to enjoy it very much. Aiden says this is why God made marijuana. We got turned into background noise. Alas, many such cases. Found a picture of Uzi back when he had his beard. It's not far off. It's not far off. I did have a very Rasputin-esque beard at one point. Many moons ago. Right. Should we see if we can make ourselves cover another story? AFD blacklisted by banks. 2 German banks just shut down accounts belonging to AFD, the country's biggest opposition party, and they won't say why. AFD says it's not about money problems or rule breaking, it's just about banks trying to cancel them for having the wrong politics. This isn't the first time either. Banks across Germany have been quietly cutting ties with AFD, even after election wins. Turns out if the government labels you extreme, private companies suddenly treat you like radioactive waste. Coincidence? Sure, he says. And this is happening not long after many AFD candidates died before local elections. We did look into that. It was very sus, but there were others that died as well, and it might have been nothing, but it did look very suspicious. There's something weird going on in Germany, they say. So, in France, Le Pen was, I can't remember exactly, but was she imprisoned or was she just pursued for some crime? And they were trying to cancel her out of existence as a political entity. She did fairly well in the last 2 elections despite this, but unfortunately didn't win. Hopefully she will next time, but it's still a while until that. The AFD, similarly, they've been hounded by the government to try and get them away from democratic power. From what I'd seen, I'd say that Le Pen is pretty radical. AFD a little less so, but they're still both roughly on the right track. There's other countries in Europe that have a bunch of different approaches to their right-wing parties. Some don't seem to have done much to them, and some have been pursuing them and trying to mess with them. So that's just been happening. We've been fortunate, I suppose, in the UK, that there hasn't been that much done to reform, even now that they're so dominant. Perhaps now, because they're so dominant, you can't really do much to them. Perhaps the plans are ready to go before the next election, or perhaps he is just a establishment shill. But I don't think he's any more likely to be than any of these other parties who have been attacked. I think it's just a difference in approach, or perhaps a difference in the amount of social political capital that the leading parties have, or perhaps the financial powers in Britain recognize that, holy shit, I'll take Farage over Starmer. Anything over Starmer. Even they may recognize it, though I'm not sure. Abla says, there is always weird things happening in Germany. It's full of Germans. That's always the issue with European countries. Some of them are beautiful, but they're filled with Europeans. Kieran says, do I hear a call for mass cleansings in Germany's political system? Tally-ho, gents, get the Lancaster fired up, stiff upper lip, pip, pip. Yes. No. Breaking news. Interesting. Nomon says that he's willing to roleplay as Aiden's mum with me
I didn't say that.
flirting with you. Look at the message logs that Wolf's just posted. JPEG says the debanking only applies to the AFD of North Rhine-Westphalia. It's not the federal party as a whole, it just applies to one part of the party for one of the member states. Fair enough. It's still not good. And I wonder if it is that regional, if maybe there was an actual justification given, or if it's just, here's an opportunity. Let's actually have a look, shall we? It is only 2 banks. German co-op banks close AFD accounts, prompting party outcry over political move. 2 German banks have closed the accounts of regional AFD branches, the latest in a string of companies to distance themselves from the far-right party, says Euronews.com, who is likely to be quite biased on this. 2 cooperative banks in the East. I mean, calling it far-right party, are you going to have any words left when Hitler rises again? As you are desperately trying to make happen by kicking out all these groups that are trying to do what the people want while still being relatively civil, actually completely civil. What's going to happen next? If you say, no, you're not allowed to do this civilly, they're going to say, all right, we'll do it violently then. Retards. Anyway, they say, the article says 2 cooperative banks in the East Westphalia region of Germany have terminated the accounts belonging to the local Alternative for Germany chapter, the AFD District Association in Minden-Lübecker, said in a statement calling the decision politically motivated. The Verbund Volksbank OWL and Volksbank in Ostwestfalen confirmed the news to the local German outlets on Tuesday, but refused to provide specific background on the cases, citing banking secrecy laws. Well, that's what they'd say if they were debanking them for political reasons or for some other reason. Also, still no change on your willingness. Good. Germans do not comprehend peaceful transition of power, says Ghost. Bug says that's how it works. It was extreme left and now extreme right. Extreme freedom versus extreme order. That's certainly in there. Yeah. Still not good. That is true. The Volksbank, People's Bank, is a questionable organization from the get-go. Maybe it should be called Chosen People's Bank. Volksbanken are part of Germany's cooperative banking network, Genossenschaftsbanken, and are owned by their members rather than external shareholders. How that exactly works, I'm not sure. Each operates regionally and local customers hold shares. Thank you to No Trick Spelling for the contribution, who says, tip for tits. I haven't been around very much over the last year because I found a femoid who loves me. Good for you, my man. He says, we are to be wed next August and she is with child. Cabal prevails or both tomboys. Thank you, NTS. That's very generous and best of luck with your life. Hope you invite her to Cabal. if anything, she'd be most welcome. Best of luck with everything. That will go towards the total. What is the total for today? I think that would bring it to about 45. So we're almost halfway to tits, chat. Almost halfway to tits. NTS says PayPal sucks ass. You could also use Subscribestar, by which you can pay through a lot of different methods. She might not like you guys, but she's coming around to my way of thinking. Fair enough. Best of luck, my man. You're always welcome, as is she. Emu says, is this the Cabal equivalent of graduating? Maybe. Either way, good for you. People's Bank is a very common name, yeah. Okay, let's continue. I don't know if we're going to get any details on why this happened, but I'll keep reading a little bit. Each operates regionally and local customers hold shares, elect a supervisory board, and profits are reinvested to serve the community rather than to maximize returns for external shareholders. I've seen that business model in many places, and I've never known it to be like, oh, it's a panacea. Yeah, that's how to run a company. It tends to vary. It tends to be about as good in the end, as far as I've ever seen. On Sunday, AFD first published a statement claiming their accounts have been closed. Quote, private individuals, companies, political parties, or factions, they all need a bank account. Regular payments, such as employee salaries, are processed through this account, the AFD district office said in a statement. The chairman of the AFD Minden-Lübecker district, Sebastian Landwehr, condemned the Volksbank's decision targeting Germany's biggest opposition party. Quote, since there is no misconduct on the part of the AFD District Association and the trustworthiness of the District Association is not changed, only one explanation remains. This is so-called debanking, i.e. a politically motivated account termination, he said. Well, I don't know for sure, but probably. JPEG says the very concept of a cooperative bank is offensive to me. Interesting. Had to console Bill, someone called him English. Oh. Listen, any Englishman would have a stiff upper lip about that. Which is why Bill should as well, because he's an Englishman. Nachos, Bill is British, even if he does not consider himself English. But he is basically English as well. What is he, Irish? No, I don't think so. Nacho says, he's done what y'all push for. He's getting married and having a kid. The man deserves titties on stream. The man has titties in real life. It's you lot that don't deserve titties on stream necessarily until the goal is met. I wouldn't be a man of my word if I didn't keep to my goals. Don't tell women they're welcome in Cabal. What would Di say? She'd say re, but that's always funny, so I'm okay with this. Oof, I failed, says Nachos. It was a valiant attempt, Nachos. Anyway, next up. Tucker Carlson issues heartfelt apology to Liz Cheney. Actually, this is a way less interesting Tucker Carlson story than another one that I have. Hold on a second. I don't have it today, but I can fucking find it. I don't know if that's the one. Okay, hold on. Tucker, this one by any chance? Yes, here we go. this is a way interesting, way more interesting Tucker Carlson story than the one I've got. Hold on. I had it on a previous stream, but never got around to it.
And then I go to bed with my wife and 4 dogs who sleep in the bed. My wife said 4 children. My dogs are hunting dogs. All 5 of them wake up like that. Like they are. We have no home invaders in my house. I wake up at 2:30 in the morning. I check and I couldn't breathe at all. My throat was closed. It wasn't like I was apnea or was strong as I couldn't breathe. So I get up. I stand in the doorway of our bedroom, and I'm like, wow, I'm dying. I could feel myself starting to gray out. And then I started walking in the backyard, and then it slowly came back. Like my throat kind of opened up a little bit. I was like really weirded out. I walk back in, and my wife wakes up. She goes, what is going on? I said, I don't know. I can't breathe. I feel better now. And all of a sudden, I had this horrible pain underneath my arms, like on the side of my chest, like bad. I thought I'd been like ripped with a knife or something. It just was very intense. So I go into the bathroom, I flip on the light, and I have claw marks on both sides, on right and left side on my ribs, and they're bleeding. And they're literally claw marks, 4 on either side. I put my fingers in them, don't fit my fingers, and I sleep on my side. So how could? And by the way, no one woke up. So I show my wife, and she's like, "Oh my gosh!" And then I have this like crazy intense desire to read the Bible. So I read the Bible, and I pass out in like 2 minutes, and I wake up, and the next morning I thought, "Man, did I have a wild dream?" And then I see blood in my sheets, and I go in the bathroom, and I have these bloody marks. And my wife goes, I think you were attacked by some supernatural being. And I was like trying to be logical about it. And I was like, yeah, I definitely was. And then I called one of my producers who's like, oh yeah, well, that's pretty common. I was like, what?
Oh, there you go, folks. Interesting. There are many mundane explanations besides a demon attack for that one. But why not an angel, Tucker? Why not assume it's God's wrath? Why not assume that it was a message from God for you to fuck off? Oh, specifically demons. Well, that seems a little self-serving to me, doesn't it? Angels don't have claws. Duh. Exactly. Yeah. How many demons have you seen that have claws? Or at all? Yeah. Let's jump straight to demons. It wasn't a demon. I don't know what it was, but there's several explanations it could have been. Quote.
Demons don't have physical bodies.
Shut up, Ted. Quote. I sleep with 4 dogs. Quote 2, I had 4 scratch marks on my side. I don't know, the number's the same. Also could have been your wife. It could have been that she wanted to get kinky with you and that's why you woke up. It could have been, as someone in the chat saying, a heart attack or some other genuine medical condition that caused you to lose breath and then the pain in your side. I have heard vaguely of that being a heart attack symptom. No, not necessarily, Aiden. It's just silly that it's 4 and it's claws and the dogs were in bed. So, I don't think so, Aiden, no. Yeah. It also could have been a false memory, of course, or a dream, but apparently the wife remembers it and there was blood in the sheets when he woke up. So, sounds like it did happen. But waking up and having like a weird pseudo-delusional experience is normal. That happens quite a lot, and especially with people that get wake up and they're still in the sort of sleeping paralysis state and they can't move. That happens to a few people. And I've heard that in that state they sometimes see weird visions. Now that's not what Tucker's describing here, but that is certainly possible. So Tucker can still be an effective voice for the truth if he believes in dumb shit like this, but he shouldn't believe in dumb shit like this. Jumping immediately to a demon is very silly. However, if the wife says it was a demon, he's probably quite a lot more likely to say, yeah, I was attacked and I survived. I protected you in the house from the demon, but clearly the demons want me. I must be doing something right. It's just such a preferable narrative than to say, no, my wife, I think you're wrong. I think I have fallen victim because of my weakness to some malady, some mundane malady, and then to try and like go through the steps. It's just less of a tempting thing to go for narrative-wise, even though it's true. Tucker can apply the truth to politics, but not necessarily to his own life, and that happens to a lot of people. He might have been sleepwalking and fucked himself up. Yeah, I mean, he could have scratched himself somehow when sleepwalking, but I'm not sure how. It could also have been that he got these pain, like he was in a delusional state and scratched himself for some reason, and that's when the pain arrived. But I doubt it. He said his hands didn't fit the claw marks, but then also like you can move your hands to sort of fit any any size, so could have still been him. And into something or got caught up in something, yeah, without remembering that it happened. I mean, he said that he went out into his fucking back garden, yard, whatever. So why did he do that? I can't breathe. Let's go for a walk in the garden. No, let's wake the wife and get the hospital. No, he was delusional at the time. Maybe he could breathe. Maybe that wasn't the problem at all. Maybe he remembers it being 4 neat scratch marks on both sides of his body, but it was actually just like one small one from one of the dogs, and he woke up and saw blood. Oh, the rest of them have healed through the power of the Lord, but still some remains to evidence that this did happen. You could just write that off. I would be interested to find out what really happened, but it wasn't demons. It wasn't demons. I can't breathe-a-roo, indeed. Tucker fell to the traditional Christian conservative fate and fucked the bellhop and got a hickey. Maybe. I don't know about... I think that was a bit more severe than a hickey, to be honest. Marketer says, we need to send ice after the demons now. Yep. Emu says, I don't care about the little individual 1% quirks when leftoids are marching across nations, burning cities down for years on end without consequences. Indeed, there are worse things than believing a demon attacked you in your sleep. Richard Hanania here, who I don't know who he is, he says, the man should not be a leading figure in the conservative movement. He belongs in a padded cell. Despite this, he's still quite good at what he does. So I don't agree with you. Oh, from Republicans against Trump. Yeah, fuck off then. Go says, consider Tucker was attacked by Cybersmith. More likely than demons. Genuinely, not joking. More likely than demons. Jeeves says, Hanania is perfidious, Semitic, and homosexual. Interesting. A lying Jewish faggot, in other words. He loves the nation of Israel. Dick Hanania does. Well, Tucker's anti these days, isn't he? Cybersmith missed those tendons by a good distance. Yeah, but you can't expect him to get everything right. Kieran says, I was attacked by a demon once, but I resolved it by breaking up with her. 7 years of peace since. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. So yeah, well done, Tucker. That was way more interesting than the other one. But let's see what he's apologizing to Liz Cheney for. Independent journalist and conservative firebrand Tucker Carlson apologized to former Republican Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney on Wednesday, proving that while he's not a perfect person, none of us are, they say, he's mature enough to take responsibility for his actions, something leftists could stand to learn from his example. He apologized for comments he made after the death of her father, former Vice President Dick Cheney. During an interview with fellow journalist and podcast host Megyn Kelly, Carlson said that if he had a daughter like Liz Cheney, he would consider committing suicide. That is spicy. The interview appeared on the Tucker Carlson show. In the apology, Carlson admitted that he attacked Cheney's daughter in a vicious way, and the comment was so atrocious he couldn't believe he actually said it. I can't believe he actually said it. I mean, like, I don't think there should be any limits to comedy. I wouldn't think he should be punished for that. But that is a bit much. Like, that's a bit too severe. I would say, like, ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was. I'm not sure that was worth it. you committed too much savagery and not enough comedy. Continue would just say she deserved the comment. To be honest, she's done plenty wrong. She deserves worse than a single bad joke. Or not bad joke, but mean joke. But yeah, it's doesn't quite fit the sort of the quality standards where you want the joke to give as little from you as possible and get as much from the opponent. Giving this makes you look uncivilized. So it doesn't quite meet that quality metric, but it's not wrong to do it, I don't think. He says, and I said that her father would be ashamed of her, and if I had a daughter like that, I'd probably kill myself, which is an awful thing to say. It's kind of hard to believe I said that, Carlson said in the video, but in my mind, I was thinking of all the people I dislike. Liz Cheney will probably be the top of the list because we disagree so profoundly. I told myself clearly, I must have told myself that you can say anything you want about Liz Cheney. She's not really human. You can say anything you want, including something really awful and nasty, like if I was her dad, I would kill myself. Who thinks like that? Who talks like that? Well, I did, he says. I can respect him for self-reflecting and being willing to make a public apology when he thinks he's done something wrong, but I can't really respect him for apologizing to Liz Cheney. So, yeah, there we go. So that's that article. Let's see what else we've got. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, says President Trump ordered action and the Department of War is delivering. Today I'm announcing Operation Southern Spear. Led by Joint Task Force Southern Spear and Southcom, this mission defends our homeland, removes narco-terrorists from our hemisphere, and secures our homeland from the drugs that are killing our people, he says. The Western Hemisphere is America's neighborhood and we will protect it, he says. Indeed, Wolf. So I wanted to find out what is this? Because if this is them declaring that they're fucking invading Venezuela, well, that's quite interesting. So let's have a look. Operation Southern Spear. UK Defense Journal. Let's see what they say about it. US launches Operation Southern Spear in Caribbean. The US has escalated its counter-narcotics posture in the Caribbean with the launch of Operation Southern Spear, a mission announced by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and framed as a Trump-ordered effort to remove what Washington is calling narco-terrorists from the Western Hemisphere. I do appreciate the unbiased language here, but it's almost certainly true. Hegseth declared that Joint Task Force Southern Spear and U.S. Southern Command will conduct the operation. His announcement stated that it will defend the homeland, remove narco-terrorists from our hemisphere, and secure our homeland from the drugs that are killing our people. He added, the Western Hemisphere is America's neighborhood. We read that already. Chase says he all need Jesus. Is the Chase in the room with us right now? No, he's not. Southern Spear follows months of U.S. military activity in the region. Since August, the U.S. has moved warships, F-35s, surveillance aircraft, and Marines to the Southern Caribbean. Material on the deployment records a series of strikes on suspected smuggling boats, including vessels linked to gangs in Venezuela and Colombia. One early strike killed 11 people aboard a boat the U.S. said was carrying drug traffickers. Not a lot of sympathy because it's probably true. Washington has also increased intelligence activity in the region. The CIA is said to be playing a significant role in tracking trafficking networks as part of a wider push to pressure the Maduro government. US officials have not ruled out further strikes, though most analysts see a large-scale land operation against Venezuela as unlikely. Now, the US going to war is generally considered a bad thing. After the sandbox escapades, but the main issue with the sandbox was that those wars weren't really justified. They didn't benefit the US. They were you could argue that for like maintaining soft power control in the region, but it wasn't a good enough benefit for the people of the US to be worth the investment of lives and money. At least that's how people felt about it. And the actual benefit, if any, was not being properly communicated, and it was not democratically accountable. So that's the main reason why the sandbox was not appreciated. Of course, it was also performed very poorly. The idea of occupying the region and trying to bring peace to the Middle East through just occupying it. No, it just causes more guerrilla uprising, just causes more unrest and chaos, which in the end, I suspect, is what they actually wanted. So that was very bad. America going to war for a good reason is not, I don't think, something most American people would actually disagree with if the reason was good enough. Still, it would have to be good. Now, this is not necessarily war. It might end up that way, but it's more like using the weapons of war to prevent a nation from doing things to your country, which kind of are acts of war, in a way, which I think is a pretty decent balance. It is essentially international policing. And people have always said, I don't want the US to be the police of the world. Well, the police of the world when it comes to an area that is specifically affecting America, and if it's justly done, I think most people will be okay with that. So, I don't know. I expect most of you are probably, if the reports are true, if Trump is acting on good intelligence, if he's actually hitting narco subs that are actually smuggling into the US, I imagine most of you would be in favor of this. I think I'd be okay with it, not that it's my country. Ah, nice, Wolf. That's fantastic. Yep, that's the guy. He says they would have had a better outcome if they just eradicated most of the population and left. Maybe. Better outcome for overall reducing drugs into the country, but too many people would have been against it. Kieran says, strategically, it was to box in Russia and China with US air bases and ICBM defense platforms as Russia was getting friendly with the region. Didn't work, but hey-oh, military-industrial complex doesn't care for such petty issues like efficacy or results. I'm sure that was at least part of it, yeah? The sand pit. Ah, I see what you mean. Okay. Yes, maybe. You would have brought more peace if you just eradicated them all. I'm not suggesting that, but technically it would have done. They didn't program Starmer for football yet. No, indeed not. The bomb boatery is spot on at the moment. Perfect conduct. Far as I can tell, it does seem to be. I'm willing to give Trump the benefit of the doubt on, yes, these boats are narco-terrorists, essentially smuggling dangerous drugs like fentanyl into the US. If that's true, I don't care. Bomb them. It's I think that's justified. So, that's happening, and it looks like this is just the announcement of the operation, rather than the operation to continue doing what they're already doing, rather than an actual invasion of Venezuela. There is still no Venezuela invasion declared, but I think, from what it sounds like, they're just going to dominate the ocean area around there and stop. It's more of a blockade. It's a sea blockade. That's what it seems like. Which is, I'm not saying don't invade Venezuela, but you don't need to invade Venezuela in order to stop the boats coming. You just do this, I reckon. And similarly with the boats in the channel. I'm not saying don't invade France, or I'm not saying don't destroy the boats. I'd sooner destroy them than let them over. But you don't need to destroy them, and it won't look good if you do. You lose some supporters if you do. So you don't need to. You just prevent them getting over and they'll stop coming, much like in the same case here. Although in this case, they are actually narco-terrorists, not just third world bumfucks. So yeah, shoot them. But even if you just turn them around, they would stop coming. We'll build a big, beautiful seawall and make the narco-terrorists pay for it. Sure, yeah. Every time you encounter one, send a bill to Maduro. Emu says, nice international waters you have there. Be a shame if someone parked a carrier in it. Yeah. Invasion. Surely you mean glassing. Yeah, maybe. All right. Let's see what else we've got. Ah, yes. Our main story for today. Shall we do our main story? Trump's MAGA feuding expands to new policy fronts. So this is specifically about the H-1B thing, which we do need to talk about. Do we have a link here? Yeah, here we go. The link to the actual tweet. I think we'll just cover the H-1B thing because we talked about the other topics as well. Proposition: give the US-UK refurbished World War II prop fighter planes for anti-smuggling patrols, slow enough to easily tail traffickers, and a 50 cal strafing run is effective. Plus, watching a Spitfire or Bearcat ventilate migrants makes me hard, says Kieran. There's some accuracy to that, but I wouldn't want to put any people in danger, that is to say, the pilots. So I don't see why you couldn't just use a few F-35s. Hell, give them some kills that aren't balloons. No, they're not air-to-air kills, but still. Anyway, let's watch this little video. We covered this on Aiden's stream a couple of days ago, and I had an opinion which I believe was nuanced, and Aiden's chat didn't like that very much. Because the interpretation I had was that most of Aiden's chat, at least the chatty ones, just wanted to sort of conclude. Now, this doesn't look good, what Trump's about to say. And I think at the very least, we can certainly agree he fucked up his communication here. But I don't believe he is actually saying what some people think he is and what it honestly sounds, literally speaking, like he is. Let's listen.
Republicans have to talk about it.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take.
So that's the bit people are mostly objecting to. There's a bit more we'll listen to in a minute. Megan asked, let me get the exact quote there.
No, you don't.
We don't have talent.
So yeah, no, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
We don't have.
So she asked, you don't have talented people here.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't. No.
So Megyn Kelly says, we have plenty of talented people here. And Trump said, no, you don't. Now then, a lot of people have taken that literally. Why? Good question. Don't take Trump literally, take Trump seriously. This is a conversation where it's back and forth interrupting on a second-by-second basis. Why would you assume that his full policy opinion is being presented within the half a second he had to respond to what she was saying? He was contradicting her because she was interrupting him. He was not saying that America has no talent. I think if you want to interpret it that way, then you're going to interpret it that way, however, whatever he said. You're going to find a way to interpret it badly. That is not what he meant. And I think I would say this about anyone, not just someone who I want to be successful in most of their political goals. He was not saying America has no talent. What he is saying, however, may not be true. It may be too close to that. What he is saying, I believe, and he explains this next, is there are some areas in which there is not enough talent in the US to justify just removing the imported talent from the country. I don't necessarily agree. I don't know, I haven't seen the numbers, but I strongly suspect that America would be fine if you removed all of that foreign labor and just let America figure it out for itself. You might have a few years of economic downturn in some sectors, but it would be worth it because the sectors would very quickly panic and push for educating people to fill those roles from the US. That does sound like a good idea. And using H-1Bs to fill, that doesn't make a lot of sense either, because there's that other one, I can't remember what it's called, but there's that other visa that you can get in on, which is for higher skilled people. Use that one if you need that kind of skill, if you need specialized skill. Then again, I think that one is for exceptional individuals, and the H-1B is fulfilling work like labor shortages, which is technically close to what he's talking about here. But I don't really care. However, don't forget he also implemented that policy. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'll look it up in a minute. I think it was a $100,000 charge that you have to pay, that the company has to pay to get someone into the country, which means that anyone who's making less than that on H-1B, it's not worth bringing them in financially. Is that to say that the companies won't do it? Not necessarily. They might, but economically speaking, it would be dumb. So with that, he is not talking about low-skilled workers. He is talking about high-skilled workers who fill gaps in the current US talent pool, if there are any. I don't know if there are. Now, certainly there's been suppression of local talent in every Western country for years. However, I am not naive enough to think that that has not had also a long-term effect, where certain talent fields have not had local people pushed into them. The education system is just as bad. There probably are fields where local talent is not enough to support the systems we already have, and that our economies would suffer significantly, both short-term and long-term, if we were to just get rid of everyone. That may happen. I say that's better than leaving them in. But maybe the sensible answer for someone that is in charge and can trust that they'll remove them if they get the chance later when it's more sensible, is to remove them more slowly, more gradually. And that's what he's talking about doing. Now, we'll watch the rest of this because what he talks about next sort of reveals what he means.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off.
The people have to learn thing, he's talking about education as well, which is a problem. I've talked to someone who she was working in a field here where she was saying that local people are not educated for this field properly. English people are not educated for this field properly. The people around her, she had much more rigorous education in her home country than we have here. I think it's the same thing across the whole Western world. The education system has gone so far downhill for several different reasons that we don't actually have enough people entering those talented positions. There are some for sure, but not enough.
Off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well,
Megyn Kelly's asking a dumb question here. A very simplistic question. I believe Trump is responding to how the economy actually works, and Megyn Kelly is responding to how it worked 50 years ago. The reason that you can't pull people off production lines and put them straight into factories that make missiles is that most of the dumb grunt labor has been automated. So you actually need people with some degree of specialized talents. Now, could you train up local people to do that? Yes. So I think Trump may be somewhat wrong here. You can just train up local people to do that. However, that takes time. So I could see a sensible proposal, or at least a non-insane proposal, being the ones that are already here to do those jobs, let them do those jobs while we train up Americans to replace their positions, and then we'll deport them later. They've still had some benefit, but it will be limited, and we get Americans into those jobs when we can. If you were to just remove them now, there'd be gaps in those positions, and those companies would have trouble competing for at least a few years until they were able to train people up or perhaps find local talent, but it might not be enough to fill those gaps.
Well, I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants out. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't.
If the option is available to build a factory in the US, which will give Americans thousands or maybe tens of thousands of jobs for decades, and all you have to do is get talented people who currently, and this is true, basically the industry monopoly on battery manufacturing is in China and a little bit elsewhere in Asia. If there is not sufficient talent in the US to do that, if there are people in the US, if there are people in the US who are sufficiently experienced to tell you exactly how to do that, to set it up properly, then getting some people from abroad to do it, or to at least help with it, that's free. You get those American jobs, you get the factory built in the US, bringing in the economy in the US, you get just talented Southeast Asians to come in and tell you how to do it. Now, that's a good example. It's an example favorable to Trump. There are other examples that would be much worse. But again, if they're worth less than $100,000 a year to bring in, then they're not likely to be brought in. So those battery experts, that's a decent example. That's probably the kind of thing he means. Now, that could very well be temporary. But to be honest, if it's just a couple of hundred battery technicians, you might prefer that they work for you, that they stay in your country and promote the quality of your factories rather than going and promoting other countries. This is the issue, is that unfortunately immigration has been grossly misused for decades, but there are still advantages to using it sensibly. Now, I don't think it's worth it generally. I think a moratorium on immigration may be the correct answer for the Western world right now. Trump has a different approach, but it's not necessarily a stupid one. It's not necessarily a betrayal. And he's not talking about 1 trillion Jeets. He's talking about a few hundred experts. It's what it sounds like from what he's saying. Now, if it goes beyond that, we'll respond to it. I don't want him to go beyond that. If he is talking about going beyond that, then that is a betrayal. If he's talking about low-skilled immigration, that would be a betrayal of a degree. If he's talking about third worlders who don't have talent either way, or even people from those countries, that would be to some extent a betrayal. But it doesn't sound like what he means.
So in this particular case, his example is rather poor because those positions should be consultants, not full-time employees.
Sure.
You fly them out a couple of times a year to make sure that everything's working properly, their process is good, and that's it. They should not be getting H-1Bs.
You could do it that way, but I could.
Circumstance, and not only would it be more cost-effective, it also wouldn't be scamming the system.
You could do it that way, but I don't think it would be wrong to have them there permanently. They could give more attention to it because it's not just consulting in how to build it, though that's important as well. You should have local people integrated, learning on the job how to do it. But there's loads of specifics about building batteries. It's very complex, and it's a market worth the US getting into and becoming dominant in as well.
Who trained them to do it?
They trained through experience in their own countries.
Yeah,
it may have been originally.
Trained them because they couldn't get work in America because of this exact problem.
Possibly. In which case, you've got to encourage them to come back. And part of the way of doing that is to build factories that they can bring that work back to. Now, I'm not saying that you should get South Koreans to do it, but I would still rather, in this example, that he give a few hundred South Korean battery manufacturing experts, H-1Bs, even if they end up staying permanently, just a few hundred, in order to get the factories built and to get the US on the board when it comes to battery manufacturing against China and South Korea and other countries. Most Americans should also prefer that. I would say the same thing for my country as well. Now, we're talking South Koreans. We're not talking Indians. We're not talking Africans. Because of the 100,000 limit, I don't think it's going to be them. Unless they are genuinely experts. And yeah, even then there's issues, of course. South Koreans, I don't know if they have the same tendency to only employ their own. I still don't think it's the best approach. If you have American talent to do it, you should use American talent. But if Trump is telling us we don't have enough for it to, for the amount of building we need to do in this field, I'm willing to say, maybe you're right. I'm sure there's some, but perhaps not as much as you want. Perhaps not as much as you need to boost this economy.
He is wrong.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers on it.
Well, given the amount of people that have, or at least should be able to get experience in this field, but cannot because they won't be let in due to being undercut from workers abroad, this would not have been a problem had there not been this program in the first place. Had not all these companies not decided to outsource pretty much everything abroad, wouldn't have been an issue. But because there's no more apprenticeships, because there's no more subsidization of these workers' education or training, they've crippled themselves and everyone else as a result.
You may be right that this program is exactly why he now feels the need to use the program. But the program can precipitate its own need, or the appearance of its own need, just as much as it can precipitate the end of itself. Because if you create the jobs, the availability of the jobs in the first place, and if you need to use outside labor to do that, to supercharge it, and then you train people up to fill those jobs from your own country, I could see that being used well. I could see that being a good idea. I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's not a betrayal. It looks like the $100,000 fee, by the way, is for all visa petitions filed after September 21st, which does make it sound like it's per person.
Ultimately, the core of the issue is that this entire argument to permit immigration like this for work is circular inherently. And it always will be. Because the initial argument is always, well, we don't have the people here to do it. At least not for a competitive price. Okay, all right, fine. So you let it in a few, and then they start undercutting more and more and more. And the companies go, well, we can save even more money by just hiring more from abroad. And then so they do that, and then nobody can go get work who is domestic, right? And this then leads your own citizens going, well, I can't get a job in this field. I'm interested in it, but I can't possibly get work in it. So I'm going to have to go switch to a different field now and hope that some of my skills will transfer over.
This is the thing. If the argument you're making, Quattro, is that we do actually have the talent in the US that he doesn't need to do this, then yeah, he shouldn't. I agree. But if he's saying we don't...
That thought is a lie. It is a lie by big corporations so that they can import more people for cheap. They just want to import slaves. That's all they care about. Because
that might be true.
The cheapest thing for them.
That might be true.
Destroying the economy in the long
yes,
term.
I know. That might be true, but I don't know if it is.
Bad for the economy.
Yes, that might be true. That there is genuinely plenty of American talent. It's just waiting to be used, but it might not be. I don't know to what extent that's true. I don't know where the numbers go to the point that there is slack to take up or there is a gap. If there is a gap, what he says makes sense. I don't know if there is. I don't think I've seen numbers on it that confirm it, because we wouldn't, because it's hard to assess that. Good night.
Take my country for example, right? We at least were very compositionally similar to America. We have the same skill sets. We had the same infrastructure for teaching people. It was identical up until about 10 years ago. And over the last 10 years, we have gotten a massive acceleration into, well, the immigrant problem, right? And because of this, because we're so far ahead of the curve, we can now see in hindsight how this stuff starts. Because that's how it started for us, and now nobody here can get a job, not even the immigrants. It has gotten to the point now where I have immigrants coming to me asking me how to find work, if I know anyone who can help them.
Yeah,
because
I understand.
They're just screwed.
I understand, but my point is, it's about the numbers.
A slave class.
Yes, I understand, Quattro, and I agree with you. That's what we've been fighting against here for years. The difference is it's the numbers. If there are enough, then this policy doesn't make sense. However, if there aren't, in practice, right now, enough people in the US for him to do what he's trying to do industrially, then you need to solve that somehow. I don't know how exactly, but if you wait to train up locals to do it, it will take too long. It will take longer than if you have talent that's willing to do it from overseas to build up your economy, and if there's no reason not to bring them in. Corinne, every source I'm finding is saying it's per applicant $100,000. Per person they want to bring in, per visa, not per company that wants to do H-1Bs. It's not a one-time thing per company. It's per visa. It's $100,000 per visa. So it's every individual person. Now, if there's some complication there where each company gets a visa and then they can bring in whoever they want, that's not how it should work. I don't think that's how it works. It's per individual, as far as I can see. Link me a source that says otherwise. So again, we need to see numbers on what kind of talent is available in these particular fields. Who built up the Chinese industrial sector? The innovation side of it, the actual technology, yes, comes from the West. But the refinement of that technology is, in a large extent, happening in Asia right now because they have market dominance for these fields. Now, the actual talent to set up these factories, I'm sure, does exist. As I said, there almost certainly are plenty of experts in the US that can do this. But are there enough for Trump, for the rate at which Trump intends to build up these factories? I don't know. He appears to be saying that there aren't.
What ends up happening with that, why they've had those advancements when we haven't, is because our people have to go abroad in order to get the jobs in these fields. That is the only way. So if you have enough money to travel abroad to do that, then great. Then you can get a job, but you have to leave your homeland. And that is the problem. That's why he's saying, oh, well, we don't have... Yeah, because they all fucking fled the country, effectively, because they couldn't get any work.
Yes, this was all happening before Trump. I don't know how much it's still happening now. I don't know, but it might still be happening now. Either way,
logic that needs to die.
Yes, I'm sure it is. But is that still happening since Trump has made some changes to it?
Yes, because
I don't know.
Can't get rid of this problem entirely without gutting the entire system. It is inherent to the system. It is a feature of it.
I don't think it necessarily is, no. It doesn't have to be. I think a lot of the suspicion around this comes from not trusting politicians, which is completely reasonable. I wouldn't either. I'm not saying that what Trump is doing here should be trusted. I'm just saying that there is a way of interpreting it, which is not unreasonable, which is a fair thing to do. Which is, all you need to do is be willing to trust that Trump is not attempting to betray you, is not willing to, or that maybe he's been hoodwinked into thinking that this is necessary.
Yes,
we don't know. We don't have the numbers. As far as I know, we don't have the numbers on all these areas that he's talking about of talent to say for sure that there is enough talent in the US to do the kind of building up that he wants. I don't think we have those numbers.
So I can
if we do, someone should show him.
If you look around you, if you are an American, and you just ask the people around you what skills they have.
That doesn't give you the numbers.
But what I'm saying is, you will oftentimes find highly skilled and highly trained people who are stuck in a job that has no actual relevance to the field that they were supposed to go into. Because the college and university system is a fucking scam now. It exists basically for no reason other than to shake you down for money for a job that you'll never be allowed to get because some foreigner is out competing you for that.
You're talking about... Yes, we agree that there are plenty of anecdotes like this. I don't know where the numbers are concerning how much of an industrial boost Trump wants to give the battery sector, for example, compared to how much talent is available in America for that. That's difficult data to have, I imagine, and that's what you need to do to assess whether this is even possibly justified. And
If I
Trump
recall
probably has
correctly,
data on that, but I don't.
in my generation, about at least 30% of us are out of work. The unemployment rates alone over the last 10 years have skyrocketed. And they don't actually want to admit this because it looks terrible. But ultimately, it's due to the policies.
Quarter, none of what you're saying is arguing against me. None of what you're saying is actually disagreeing with anything I'm saying. I know about the problem.
The system needs to be gutted.
Sure, that may be a good solution to it. That's actually what I'm saying. That's what I'm arguing for, that just a moratorium on immigration and mass deportation right now, even if it causes short-term economic problems. I agree. That's what I'm advocating for. However, that does not mean that Trump's position is a betrayal of the people. It doesn't even mean it's unreasonable. It could be that we disagree on the approach, but that his position is still pro-American. Because if importing a couple of hundred South Korean battery people is enough to produce thousands or tens of thousands of American jobs and give Americans battery dominance, I could see why he'd do it.
Well, see, the problem, again, comes back to the fact that what you need is the people who left, not new people from abroad.
Yeah.
Right? The people who trained them to come back.
But the way
you
to
give
get
them
them...
the incentive to come back instead of going, oh, yeah, here's some H-1B replacements that may or may not have actually learned from them.
There's nothing in what he said that implies that's not what he's doing. South Korea may refer to the nationality or the race. I don't know. But I suspect that if Trump had the option of importing back Americans that had left or importing back foreigners who had never been in America, he'd probably pick the former if they were just as good. I don't know that, but we have no reason to suspect he wouldn't.
Well, but that's the implication. And I believe that he
I don't think
said
so.
Americans.
Well, I don't
actually meant that.
I also don't know how many of them there
That's
are.
how he talks.
I also don't know how many of them there are. As far as I can tell, Corinne, from reading this, it is per individual.
But
100 grand is per individual.
Said, the American tech companies and a lot of manufacturers lay off their highest qualified and skilled workers.
Yeah.
So that they can hire those abroad.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Once they're out of work, well, their numbers, well, they drop off the face of the earth because they have to go to a different field normally.
Yeah.
And that is where the mismatch is coming from, because he's not actually looking. He is being presented skewed and misrepresented numbers by corporations, because we know
that might be true.
Listening to him. Guaranteed. I am 200% sure that is the case here, because it's the exact same talking points and the exact same lies that we hear have been fed for decades.
That might be true. Yeah, he might have been hoodwinked, as I say. I think what he's saying is probably counter to the best strategy, or at least the best long-term strategy, of just deport and deal with the problems. Because the economy, as I say, will aggressively try and refill those posts. I just think that his position is not necessarily insane or a betrayal. I'd need to know the numbers on how many Americans have left over this, and there's just so much data you need to know to say for sure if he's wrong about this. But if he is just listening blindly to corporations and is doing what they're saying that they wanted to do, that's obviously a dumb reason. I don't know if that's his reason for saying this. It might well be. But we all know of a set of facts that are true that conflict with what he appears to be saying here. Almost everything you've just said, Quattro, and some of the things people in chat are saying. We all know that stuff, and we assume that Trump doesn't. The problem is, if he does know them and is accounting for them, then maybe he actually has data that says, but that's not enough. You all assume the arguments that we have are sufficient in numbers. They are sufficient in concept. We don't know if they're enough in numbers. I don't know what his goals are. It may be that he's aiming to expand, for example, the battery sector more than is justified, and that he's trying to bring in too many people, trying to do it so fast that even the talent available, American talent, isn't enough to do it, in which case that might be not worth it. I agree. Even within the context of his plan, even accepting the plan is a good plan, even if we did, that still might not be worth it.
The biggest indicator is exactly what Pug said, the 50-year mortgages. Because that in and of itself is so indicative of who he's actually listening to about these problems.
Yeah, if you assume,
not individuals.
Yeah, if you assume that that has been informed by corporations, then this seems more likely to be as well.
Because you look at the types of solutions that he is bringing about, these are not real solutions. They are, at most, poor bandages that will only end up making things worse in the end. He's still
probably
incentivizing these systems to be as bad as they already are, instead of overhaul to make it actually work for the American people, instead of for a select few.
Yeah, I think on the 50-year mortgages, that does seem to be what it is, from what I understand. And people in chat are listing other things that are that. This could be the same thing. Corinne says, quote, everything you said was right, Quattro, but Trump is still right. Corinne, what argument do you think I'm making here? This is the problem. Whenever I try to steelman someone, whenever I try to say something nuanced, inevitably everyone forgets what position I'm actually taking. I'm not agreeing with Trump. I'm disagreeing with Trump. Even at his best, even at the most generous interpretation of what he's saying, I'm still disagreeing with him. However, everyone that I've seen talking about this is taking, in my opinion, a ungenerous interpretation. Now, that's because we have learned to be very suspicious of politicians, and that makes sense. The ungenerous interpretation might be correct. What I'm saying is, my actual position is that he is not necessarily betraying American people here. There is an interpretation, and I think not an unreasonable one, that says this is overall better for Americans, even if there are the downsides of importing a small number of foreigners. And it would, in this case, be a small number, and it wouldn't be unskilled either, because of the 100,000 per individual fee. As far as I can tell, that's what it is.
Unrealistically charitable.
I don't think it's unrealistically charitable. It is charitable, and it would be unrealistically charitable for anyone but Trump. With him, it may well be true. But I don't know. And even if that is what he's doing, even at the most generous interpretation, my default position is, I don't think that's the right way to go. You should just gut these systems. You should just reset and let Americans figure it out for themselves. If you free up these positions, you will have a massive, economic shock for a few years, but that will lead so many people to come in and fill those positions, it'll be worth it like 5 years from now or 10 years. So that's probably what he should do. That's my position. Are you disagreeing with that, chat? I don't think you are. I think that's your position as well. What I'm saying here, because I am able to entertain multiple ideas in my head at the same time without accepting them, is that what Trump is saying is not, let's import 1 trillion Jeets. What he is saying is, let's import a small number of experts because there genuinely aren't enough Americans to fill the number of positions I want to fill. And that is not an unreasonable position if it's true. And I don't know if it's false. That's what I'm saying. Nothing unreasonable has been said by me here. You don't have to trust Trump. If you don't trust him, you won't believe that's what he's saying. Fair enough. I trust him just enough to think that he is not just trying to flood the country with Jeets. Maybe he has been hoodwinked. I don't know. But he doesn't have to have been for him to say this. I'm not assuming it's true, Wolf. I'm not assuming anything here. I'm not assuming it's true. I'm saying if it's true, it's conditional. This is the problem. I can't actually explain a logical set of possibilities, conditional set of possibilities, without someone just assuming that I'm advocating for it.
I'm not accusing you of advocating for it.
I know you're not.
Against this hypothetical position, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
The problem is that there are some positions that are too retarded to be steelmanned, at least not effectively, right? Because the argument falls apart when you just observe reality, right?
There's plenty of anecdotes that imply that's the case. And those anecdotes and some data are the basis on which I'm agreeing, the basis on which I'm saying I don't think Trump is right here, even at his best. However, I probably haven't seen as much data as he has on it, and I don't know what his ambition extends to in terms of boosting the US manufacturing, the US economy in certain areas. I would have to see his plan and know whether or not it was worth it, given the plan. I probably would disagree. I'd probably say, no, people have had enough of importing. You can get local talent to do it, and if there isn't enough, the market will provide it. And if it doesn't, it won't take long before it does, because corporations will start saying, whoa, hold on a second, we need to deal with this. We've got a massive gap here. Quick, get the education system to start. They'll fund it. They'll get right on it.
So
it benefits them to do it.
The crux of this started because of government interference by allowing for foreigners to be brought in to do these jobs.
Agreed. That was the whole plan, to try and exfiltrate wealth from America in multiple ways. Nothing about my position has changed since yesterday, chat, since last stream, since we last talked about this. Nothing about how my position has changed. Just trying to communicate to you that I don't think Trump is your enemy just because what he said doesn't sound good or isn't in line with what we want. It's still it's still closer to what we want in many ways, potentially, than what the enemy wants. Now, the worst agreed, I don't think it is. The worst interpretation of what he's doing here is that it's just the same as all previous presidents. And it might be. I'm not saying I trust him enough to say for sure it's not. But I suspect not. I suspect what he's doing is in his mind long-term pro-America, even if he's wrong. And I also suspect he has data to indicate it is going to work that way, but I also don't know that. I'm just trying to discourage people from being all doom and gloom about Trump betraying us, when I don't think that's necessarily what's happened here. I think people are jumping at shadows to some extent. It might be, but I don't think so. And if he was going to betray people, if he was going to do this and betray everyone, would he announce it like this, or would he keep it quiet like all the other previous presidents did?
Well, see, the reason why he does this is because he is confident that he cannot be fooled, despite being fooled so many times over and over and over again.
Maybe.
It is hubris, nothing else. And we know this because we've had decades to watch him do this sort of thing, time and time again.
Yeah, it's quite possible that he's too hubristic, thinks he can't be fooled, and has been. He would be listening to big business because he was part of big business. Unfortunately, he probably doesn't realize well, he should if he doesn't, but he may not realize that big business is kind of in on the same grift as the deep state. If he doesn't, he should. He was becoming much more aware of how the culture war worked over the years, but perhaps still not aware enough. And I've said before, like, we can't rely on Trump to fix everything for us, even if he fixes a lot during his term. Even if he doesn't do anything wrong, which he has, we would still need to do this for many terms, for many years hence. Which is mostly why I wanted him to just fix the elections primarily. But he hasn't done enough on that.
Fundamentally, he cannot fix the problems that are at the core of America right now because of his age. Because he did not grow up during times where you would actually be experiencing the current economy in its full effect. He is highly insulated from it.
Yeah, possibly.
His entire family is.
Yeah, possibly.
Which is why J.D. Vance is a genuinely good pick, because he has actually experienced both ends. So he knows full well what happens. And he's seen it with his own eye. Right? I think he should be listening to Vance more on this, because I have a feeling that this would not be his position. I'm
not sure about Vance, because he's never actually been a redneck or hillbilly. The Hillbilly Elegy book that he wrote, that was from after consulting with them, as far as I've been told. Maybe I'm mistaken on that. But he's seen, probably J.D. Vance has seen more of it, yeah. Vance might be the better guy to do this particular thing, because it's more ground level stuff.
Mm-hmm. But also, if you take a look at any American city right now, any of them, any large American city, it is majority migrants now, or at the very least 40%.
Yeah, Trump should be focusing on deporting, getting rid of as many of them as he can. But I can understand the position of, well, maybe so, but I can understand the position of, if I go too hard on that, it will just crash the economy. Which you want to be careful of not doing that, because it's enormous. The economy is fairly resilient, and of course, if you do it gradually, it will adapt. But if you were to do it all at once, you never know how fragile exactly it is. It might not be able to adapt quickly enough. Those people do have job positions, so it's, even though the intent is get them all out, and maybe he's not doing that. If so, arguably that is a betrayal. But if the intent is get them all out, the actual action may not be to do it straight away, because you would do more damage to America than good by deporting them. Now, we can all be confident, and my position is take the risk. It's worth it. Get them out quickly. Within one presidential term, or perhaps two, if you can trust J.D. Vance will be in there and will continue it. Get them all out quickly. But if you can't be sure, if you believe there's a good chance it will crash the economy, you do more service by taking it slowly. Now, I don't know if he's doing that at all. He has put up the $100,000 per visa, which should drastically help with the H-1B thing in the future. It should mean that, as someone in chat said just now, low and mid-paying jobs, assuming that's under 100 grand, shouldn't generally be supplied by the H-1B system, by importing. Now, there are ways to waive that, but assuming for the moment that they are generally exceptions rather than the rule, which they might not be, I'd have to see data on that as well, then he has done a lot to prevent that happening more in future. And he has, of course, been deporting illegals, but that's just the beginning. Now, I could also understand that if the goal is to deport as many people that shouldn't be in the US as possible, you'd want to start with the most dangerous people. However, you could also argue that the legal immigrants are easier to deport because they're not, used to hiding from the police. They're all very much on record, and where they work is even on record. So he should be deporting them as well. He should be telling them it expires. Perhaps he's just waiting for them to expire, the work visa to expire, and then he just won't renew them. I don't know. But if that is within his term, if he knows that a massive batch are going to happen like next year and he's just not going to renew them, you may yet find that he does the right thing. We'll have to see on exactly what he does there, but it may well be that so far he hasn't done enough.
What the people actually want more than anything is the Senator Armstrong candidate that's just perfectly willing to burn everything down to the ground and start again and make it actually good from the outset.
Some stuff,
a scam by corporations.
Some stuff should be burned down and started again, but not the whole thing. You could be somewhat careful with it because the system needs to keep working at full capacity while you're changing it, or pretty close to full capacity. So I don't know. I think with Trump, we can't necessarily infer malintent. However, I would agree with you. The more likely answer with the 50-year mortgages, with this, possibly with this, and with a few other things, is he's just paying too much attention to big business. He's a bit blinded by what big business wants. Maybe he is a bit GDP cucked as well. Possibly, yeah.
Especially
if that's if that is the case, then yeah, hubris, as you were saying. I would agree that would be the most likely answer for why he's doing that, but not malice, not betrayal. It can be a betrayal. I can understand what some people are saying, so I just don't think it has to be in this case. The 50-year mortgage is maybe even harder to argue in favor of that one because it just seems like a dumb policy. I don't know. Maybe Trump knows something I don't, but it doesn't seem likely.
For my generation, what has he actually done aside from limiting the wokeness in universities and schools?
Tax cuts and trying to make the economy better in general. Though some things he's done, obviously, you could argue haven't.
What actually significantly affects my generation? The answer is not a whole lot.
Maybe.
And that is where a lot of this outlook is coming from.
There's probably quite a lot that I have just forgotten about because I'm not very good at remembering stuff like that.
He focuses on the older generation.
I don't know.
The generations now and to come, which is
I don't know if that's the case.
That a leader should be doing.
Ultimately, Corinne,
they care too much about their pensions.
There were tax cuts during the first term, Corinne, quite significant ones that he's maintained. I think Biden and co were trying to get rid of them, but the Republicans in the House at the time prevented it. I think that's what happened. So they've maintained those at least. Could try and cut more, but he's maintained them.
They're honestly just token efforts at most.
The tax cuts to many did not seem like token efforts, but maybe. There's also the no tax on tips thing as well. Like I would agree with, I think someone just said that, yeah, Corinne said, all he cares about is getting his ego stroked and money. He doesn't actually even care that much about money at this point because he's got plenty. But the ego stroke thing, yeah, that's what he was always in for, was the glory. Perhaps people do need to remind him, perhaps indeed the response should be violently anti-Trump after this, even though I don't think it's necessarily the most truthful response. It's maybe the most effective response to just tell him, like, Trump, you're losing glory from this. People don't like that you're doing this. Your name is at risk of being tarnished from this. Perhaps he feels like he's riding too high and you can't lose it. But I do think that of all the motives for a leader, realistically, the best one for producing what the people want is ego. So yeah, sure, try and use it, maybe even if you have to exaggerate. I don't think this is necessarily as bad as people are saying it is. It could be good for the US overall, this policy, what he's talking about here. But there's certainly many ways it could be the opposite. Depends on the exact
So
data, I think.
far, this term has been pretty much blunder after blunder. It's quite disheartening.
There have been quite a few. There have been some good things as well, but there's been quite a few. It's been
outweighed by the massive blunders. That's
well,
the real question.
We would tend to remember the blunders more. We've covered a lot of the good things as well.
The blunders will likely have more of a lasting impact.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. We wouldn't be likely to remember the good things either way. And I'm bad at listing things in terms of memory, but there have been loads that we've covered on the channel. The good things they've done. I do want them to do more about election integrity. That's probably the most important thing. So yeah, he's not perfect. He's the best the US has had, and I hope that JD continues or does better. We'll see. But I don't know. I think people are just overreacting to this itself specifically, and I think truthfully, it's not as doesn't have to be as bad as people are saying it is. But it's still not the best approach.
I think it's for the better because he needs to be humbled again and reminded
possibly
who he's actually in this for. Because again, the current and generations to come are being repeatedly raped by the previous generations, him included. And if he does nothing to ameliorate that, it will not stop what is inevitable.
Yeah, I don't know. There have been a few things recently that do seem more towards big business. I haven't noticed a strong trend of that across his entire term, but there have been a few things recently. So I don't know. He does have some of the biases of his age, namely Israel. But I haven't seen a strong bias towards just GDP over everything. But in the last month or so, with the 50-year mortgages, and potentially with this, if you interpret it a certain way, then yeah, it certainly could be. And yeah, as I say, and as you said as well, simply informing him that then people aren't happy with this will possibly change his approach. Well, Corinne, you're doing the opposite. Besides which, Corinne, you know very well that I am not agreeing with him. I am actually disagreeing with him. However, you have a bit of a reputation in Cabal of seeing everything the most doom and gloom possible. And you have very strongly demonstrated that that is consistent with how you've interpreted this. Now, even though people may agree with you on this particular matter, it's still you still have that bias. As I said, I'm not actually agreeing with Trump. I'm disagreeing with his position. I just think that people are overreacting to his position if you interpret it a little bit generously. And I understand both angles on that.
Even if it is, it's not a bad thing, I would argue.
That is the other side of it. If even the overreaction may be effective practically, yes. Well, that's what I said first, Corinne. So I'll accept that praise. Thank you, Corinne. And Quattro did say it afterwards that the pushback in practice would be effective. I did say that earlier. So yeah, I maintain the position I had when I started this story. I believe I've expressed it, though it took a while to communicate it. I don't agree with Trump. I don't think what he's saying is necessarily as bad as people are saying it is. However, I have picked up now the belief, since we discussed it, that it may still be effective to just act like it is as bad as it could possibly be, because then he'll stop and move his position towards one that the people are more preferable to. But it's still way better, even at its worst, way better than any other previous administration. So at least you picked the right guy, but keep going to get someone better. It's the same thing I say with Farage in the UK. Even if he's just a bit better than the Conservatives, it's still the right direction. We may need more after him, much like you may need more after Trump. This is not a one-term solution. I thought it was, actually, back in 2016. I thought we'd essentially won the culture war when Trump won the election. I was completely wrong. It was naive. This is not a one-term solution because it's not just a culture war. It's deep in politics. It's everywhere.
It's
what we're fighting against.
Really.
Yeah. It's not just that, Corinne. No, it's not just that. Thank you, Ghost. Maybe I will, JPEG. I knew that talking about this was going to be contentious. And I do believe that a large portion of that was because people didn't understand exactly what I was saying. But I think we have it now clarified. For the continued clarification, Chad, of my position on this, my position on this broad topic has not changed since last time we talked about it. Since every other time you've agreed with me on almost everything I think about this. We are in agreement on the immigration issue like 90 to 95% of all of it. My position has not changed. Just saying that Trump is not necessarily doing this out of stupidity or malice. It might not be as bad as it sounds, but even if it's not at its best, I still think it's not enough. So there you go. That's my position. And that's what I was trying to explain on Alien Stream as well. But I didn't have enough time to clarify it as well straight away. But we did, I think, in the end, get to the point that I got some of my position across there. But of course, on my own stream, I have more time to do so.
I think something has occurred to me that would end up explaining a lot of this and why people are feeling this way right now. After he was shot, right? People expected him to use that infinite political capital that he had gained.
Mm.
And what has he used it for since? Tariffs?
Yeah, he could have been more radical.
Case?
He probably could have been more radical, yeah. Don't forget, he's still got to get all this past the House and Senate. And yes, he owns both of them in pure numbers, but he doesn't, because a large portion of them are rhinos. If he tries to go too far, they'll just vote against him. He probably is, because of his hubris, quite resistant to the possibility of the House or Senate actually defeating him in a vote. So he's only putting forward things that will actually pass. Ultimately, Trump, I think, could have been much more radical if there were no rhinos. But that's going to take a while. We do need to prioritize that. We do need to get rid of the rhinos in the US from their positions and fill those positions with MAGA as well. And of course, you can't then use Trump again, but the MAGA movement should outlive Trump anyway. And perhaps J.D. Vance will have less rhinos to contend with. Perhaps in his second term, even less, one would hope. It's a new generation of right-wing politics. It should begin to replace the rhinos. And so I think you will gradually see more radical policies there, or at least more availability of radical policies, though by that time perhaps more will have been fixed. So some of what Trump is doing you'll have to fix later. The Israel stuff, the 50-year mortgages, the Epstein stuff, if that's still fixable later. Yeah, he's
issues is that he hasn't taken enough action against the rhinos to deter them from even taking up that position at all.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was reading something. Sorry, say again.
One of the core problems that he could have enacted sooner but hasn't yet is to do things to deter the rhino position from even being taken up at all.
That would
even incentivize them to be more scrupulous. It is possible.
It would be difficult.
But it can be done with more radical action, and he doesn't seem to be willing to do so.
Possibly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how you would do that, and it does sound somewhat difficult to establish. Kieran says, in that Broken Crown stream, Aiden just kept gaslighting herself into what your position was versus what you said. Yeah, Aiden sometimes gets convinces herself that something is definitely true and just everything must rearrange itself to match that. But she's able to bring herself out of that as well. Everyone has some weird things like that. Tariffs, people against tariffs more, Washington, Quagmire, against Trump. I mean, the tariffs are a very good idea. Protectionism is the solution for most of the world's problems right now. Go says, as her stepfather, you should try to help her past this problem. I did my very best, and I think we did manage to resolve it for the most part. Yeah. Okay. Well, chat, I'm happy to take any more questions on this. If you think there's anything I haven't addressed, please do send it in. I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to evade the topic because my audience disagree with me. I don't think they really do. It's just a misunderstanding. So where does baby come from? Says Ghost. Well, you'll have to ask Aiden's mum in a few months. Not really. I think it's unlikely. Ooze your daddy, though. Vera back says Quattro. Karen says she just needs to slow down sometimes. She's a decent thinker when she zooms out, but gets her wheel stuck and spinning when she fixates. Yeah, she does a bit. Yeah, I think that has happened occasionally, Corinne, where he has more authority than he implies or says that he does on some issues where he should do something and then doesn't. I can't remember any examples, but I think that has happened. So yeah, I mean, there probably are other malign motives involved. Israel is definitely a malign motive involved, and I'm sure big business is also a malign motive involved. If he gave zero attention, forget fucking Israel, but if he gave zero attention to some quarters like big business, he could do a lot of damage. There's that an analogy I often bring up. The phone game Reigns, spelt Reigns like Reigns of a King. It's simplistic, but it gives you a good idea of how sometimes you have to, as a leader, you have to do the wrong thing just to prevent some sector either collapsing or becoming too powerful. And it's obviously a very simplistic game, but I think it reflects certain principles that are true in reality. We all have ideals that we're trying to push forward, and for many of us, for almost all of us, they're deeply practically considered. It's not like we're just proposing ideals, but they are closer to ideals. Trump's the guy that actually has to put them into play. Trump and whichever leader, is the guy that actually has to put them into place. And so he has to consider a lot more factors before he does it, take a lot more risk, and all that risk is on him. So all I'm saying is, just people give, I think, a little too little charity to leaders who are not known to be against us. Biden and Obama and fucking Starmer and several other leaders, it was established by their affiliation or by their actions or whatever that they were definitely against us and for the globalists, and there was no real separation. Trump is not that clear cut. He is probably, it's hard to tell. In some areas he's more on our side, in some areas you could argue he's more on the globalist side. But even then, often it seems to be in a way that's somewhat compatible with the rest of us, but not always. Right, so it's closer. So I don't think we should just go ahead and assume that everything he does is just what the globalists want him to do. Even fucking Starmer and Biden weren't always just doing whatever the establishment told them to do, Biden more so, but there's still going to be some variation. There's still going to be some things they do to deflect opponents in the party or to try and win some small demographic that they've held for years and have for some reason lost. Practical reasons, other factors that are involved. We also have to consider. The leader of this is a sacrificial pressure nexus of an entire society where they have to know things that no one else can know, and they have to make decisions based on all that stuff that we don't know or we don't have organized enough to reason on the basis of, but they have to. And sometimes they have to make a sacrifice of doing something that looks bad that ultimately saves the country. Now, is that my defense of Trump? Not necessarily. I just think we should bear it in mind and not be quite so radical, not be quite so thoughtless when it comes to advocating things or declaring affiliations. Except, as I said, for the purpose of influencing him by overreacting. That could be practical. But for me, I would always rather go with what is most literally and defensively clear is actually true. Maybe I've got that wrong here, so I'm always open to hearing it. But we have time here on the internet because we're not responsible for fixing it directly. We have time to consider these things deeply and come to the conclusion of what is technically, literally correct. And I'm not saying you haven't, by the way, chat. I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to do, short of just seeing someone doing something I don't like and assuming that they're my enemy. We don't have to just take sides every time. We can assess what is technically, literally true as well. Many of you do, of course. Most. I don't know of any group where that's more commonly done than Cabal. Jackie just says war. Is that the Venezuela thing? Actually, is this a new story? Should we have a look? I think we've covered this one well enough. Let's have a look at this. Trump weighs Venezuela strikes. So not necessarily yet, but it sounds like it could happen. Trump weighs Venezuela strikes as 15,000 US troops mobilized. But guys, he said he definitely wouldn't do it, which I said at the time means he probably would. If a politician rules something out, they're thinking about doing it. War Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane returned to the White House Friday for a second day of Venezuela strike deliberations. To be honest, if you're going to invade someone, you should say publicly just before you do, we will not do that. Now, strategically, that's true. Democratically, it's not, which is always at odds with each other. So I'm not necessarily saying either one of those is overall correct, but strategically, you should pretend like you're definitely not going to invade them, even if you definitely are. Fighter pilots aboard USS Gerald R. Ford are studying Venezuelan air defenses while Maduro mobilizes 200,000 troops. Every time the US goes to war with one of these small nations, with they have their own military, but it doesn't tend to be particularly good, like Iraq, for example, that military is defeated in a matter of days because the US is quite good at that. And then they spend the next 6 years struggling against their own ethical standards in many cases and other things to pacify the civilian population who happen to get their hands on AK-47s. Many of them still fucking Soviet AK-47. So that's probably the pattern here if they do this. Of course, Trump may be smart enough not to try and occupy Venezuela, just destroy their military, depose Maduro and put a puppet on the throne. Or at least someone from Venezuela who will say, yes, USA, we'll be a bit more friendly to you in future. We won't send any more narco subs. That's all you have to do. Just scare them by destroying their military. Or if you threaten to invade, they might just give you Maduro. He offered to step down if he had amnesty. I don't think Trump's willing to let him have amnesty, but we'll see. Elite Delta Force is reportedly being prepped for potential missions. An administration official warned Maduro is very scared and he should be scared. Now, we just got done on a story where we had plenty of criticism for Trump, and rightfully so. Here, so far, this doesn't seem too bad. Quote, the president has options on the table that are very bad for Maduro and his illegitimate regime. And given vague memory of the elections there, them being totally obviously rigged, yeah, it is an illegitimate regime. 7 US warships now patrol the Caribbean, a stunning presence in waters that typically see 1 or 2 vessels. Colombia suspended intelligence sharing over human rights concerns, while Mexico demanded bombing notifications. Unfortunately, as we covered on the stream with Aiden the other day, the UK also stopped intelligence sharing on this particular matter, which I don't approve of, but whatever. Strategic ambiguity means overwhelming firepower. I guess? And there's some pictures. Trump's secret memo, fentanyl classified as chemical weapon to justify boat strikes. I mean, sure, it's not exactly wrong, is it? It's not quite what the term chemical weapon was made to describe, but it's not technically wrong. I mean, it's close enough, I'd say. What do you think, chat? Fentanyl derivatives have been used in assassinations. Yeah, I mean, it's a good argument. I'm not saying he's wrong. Like, genuinely, that's not a bad argument. I don't see a problem with that. Fuck the Latinx, says Achilles. Oh, Achilles, we were asking earlier, are you Greek, Turkish, or neither? Given your name, and maybe someone else knows something more, but the topic came up earlier. Are you any of those in real life? You don't have to tell us, of course. So, it's still, I may be misreading this or don't have enough information, but it's possible that all they're describing here is strikes on narco ships, because that's what they were talking about in the other article we read. It's possible this is just about at sea strikes on narco ships. And would you want to use like elite special forces and 7 fucking ships for that? Maybe? I don't know. It depends. Like the special forces does sound like they're planning to just depose Maduro, to be honest. But potential missions, I don't know. The desired effect could be just this, just the fear, just the threat that they might do it, though they have no plans to. It might be that they genuinely have no plans to. Fucking Venezuela is a Russian and Chinese and Iranian ally. That would be a bit of a firestorm. It's the kind of thing that could set up a war, a big one. I don't think it would. I think Russia, China, and Iran would back down if the US invaded and just let them do it. I think it would. But it's a possibility. So, I don't know.
Well, I don't think China really has the ability to project their force out that far from their borders.
I'd hope not. No one says, why do you think Maduro was offering... Yeah. Why do you think Maduro was offering a managed exit? Well, exactly. That's why I was speculating on the last stream. The fact that he Trump's in a good position here, I think, because all he has to do is imply that he might. And he actually could. It's not completely implausible that he could. And the threat is there. So Maduro offers the amnesty exit, as we reported on a few streams ago. And Trump is basically saying, nah, that's not enough. You're going to fucking kill you. Or maybe imprison you, but whatever. Either way, punish, depose, and punish you for your crimes. It would be a disservice to the Venezuelan people if you didn't. Now, the question is, wow, he seems to be giving more to the Venezuelan people than to the American people. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, this also helps American people because of the number that are dying of narcotics, which are, I don't know if entirely, but largely, I expect a large amount of them are coming from Venezuela. I don't know exactly how much. The SF have been up and down South America for 70 years, Special Forces. Sure. Chinese Navy is a joke, says Jade. As far as I've heard, it is, yeah. Emu says, isn't it conspicuous how much highly current and actionable intelligence the Euros just happen to have concerning clandestine antagonizing efforts against the USA in the region? Very ally such friend. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I may have missed something there. Achilles says, Greek on his father's side, Greek surname, not a citizen of the country Greece. Okay, thank you. That's a good answer. I'm curious, if you don't mind, what is your other side descent, if you know? This came up earlier because we spun the wheel of TED for a new user and it came up as Athenian. And then we got onto talking about, like, are they Greek or Turkish now? And then someone said, you're Greek, or they may have said you're Turkish. I'm not sure what they meant exactly, but I figured I'd give you a chance to clarify that and perhaps defend yourself. Maduro finds out Americans plan to depose him. Maduro offers a managed exit. America says, lol, fuck off. The US was already massing its boats near Venezuela. That was the first thing, as far as I know, that was publicly, like, in the news. So that was already known a long time ago. Maybe there was something before that. Karen says, if it was fear, the CIA would have left a handwritten note in Maduro's office without being seen. It was fear. This is international posturing. The target isn't Venezuela, but rather a show of strength for his opponents in DC. How would this help with opponents in DC? I'm curious. He says, on the other side, Italians, but it's complicated. They are northern Italians, blonde and with green eyes. I seriously don't know, but it's a mixture of much. Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you for telling us. Yes, apparently Achilles is, to a large extent, Greek. The problem isn't just in fentanyl, it's also in the path to fentanyl abuse, going via opioids like oxycodone, being mass-produced by doctors, pushed by the medical industry. Yeah, from what I've heard, that is completely correct. However, fentanyl is obviously the end state or the worst part of it, so you've got to solve the whole thing, and the fentanyl is probably easier to solve as well. All you're going to do, did you know the US has a powerful navy? Just stop the drugs coming in, and you've got a lot less to worry about. You could hurt a lot of criminal enterprises as well by just stopping them coming in. So you might reduce crime overall. But yes, the pharmaceutical industry doing that, unfortunately, that's a harder problem to solve because there's a financial motivation for them to do that. And they're very tied in with government money as well, which is just being provided for free, which of course makes them inflate and become more hubristic and more cavalier with their standards. But yeah. You're correct as well, Melchizedek, about that. John Wick says, I doubt the locals are nearly as ideological and motivated as Southeast Asians were. Not sure what that was about. Too late for self-defense. I'm already adding literally Hassan to Achilles' notes. Conspicuous when supposed allies all over the world suddenly have a need to cut off intelligence access due to border actions. It indicates involvement. More specifically, it indicates a need to obscure interests. Nothing good is indicated by that. Well, Emu, I'm not sure if I'm understanding you correctly, but Rand Paul was talking about the attacks on the subs being unjustified and unlawful weeks ago. And the UK, for example, this listed another one, but the UK, for example, only cut off its intelligence, I think, a few days ago. Now, maybe that's only when we found out about them cutting off their intelligence. Maybe they did it long before that, but it sounded like it was just a few days ago. So it may be that someone in the UK intelligence, though I probably would disagree with them, has determined that these were or should be considered internationally unlawful, and thus they cannot continue, which of course is a political move, ultimately, because it's the US, and it's not unjustified either, I don't think, unless I've missed something that somehow the UK knows. So I don't know. I don't see I don't see the argument you're making there in you manifesting in the data, but perhaps I'm misunderstanding something. Kieran says, swinging his military influence around and showing he has no problem targeting deep state-supported regimes and leaders along with having the resources to move carrier groups over it is a show of dominance, not a sign of war. Perhaps you're correct. What you'd be implying, therefore, is that his enemies in DC need or value the Venezuelan regime in some way. I'm sure that that's true in some ways. I would question if that's the main reason for doing it, but it's probably a motive. But it does seem like what the main action he's taken is destroying the narco subs. Now, maybe you would say that that's just a side benefit to pissing off his opponents in DC. At least laying down the threats that they give him something in DC. Maybe that's what you'd say. It seems more to me that the main thrust of this is to destroy the narco boats. I don't know. That's the thing is, Trump's actions I don't think make sense in the context of it's all some sort of posturing. Not that I'm saying you're saying that, but I think some people might. That it's all politically strategic, that it's all getting some advantage. Some of it does seem to be, what can I do to help the US? What can I do to make America greater? The wall may be a good example of this as well. I mean, the wall's better for everyone, really. But it's just a sensible thing to do, and it costs money. He had to work quite hard to get that money to the wall. You could argue it provides manufacturing jobs and whatever, but it just seems to be to make the US better. The corporations don't want to do that. I mean, sure, they can get them in by a different means, but many corporations also value the illegal immigration coming in. So certainly some of what he's done has been seemingly voluntarily just for the betterment of the people. The killing the drug ships could be that as well. And it certainly does benefit people if that's the main way they're getting in, which it probably is now that the border's secure. It seems to be. According to him, it is. John Wick says, I was talking about how Venezuela could become another Vietnam. Not impossible. But after Vietnam, the US learned a lot in military strategy about how to deal, the whole world did, about how to deal with occupation in the age where farmers can have guns, because everyone becomes dangerous. Guerrilla warfare, how to deal with that. Guerrilla warfare is still incredibly effective, but modern militaries are much better suited in terms of strategies to deal with it, as far as I know, than they were back then. Besides which, Vietnam, the US sort of hamstrung themselves a lot, like they did in the Middle East as well. And it depends what the motive is. If they intend to occupy until Venezuela puts up a US puppet, then I could see there being some problems with that, where if they end up staying too long, they end up being attacked, maybe have another coup, maybe the military takes over from the US military. Well, intelligence will probably figure that out before they actually attacked. So there could be issues there, but I don't think it's going to be another Vietnam. They're not looking to conquer the country, as far as I know. They're just looking to depose the leader, which is, I know, similar, but Maduro will be shitting his pants scared over this, so he will be trying to find a way out already. He's probably making a lot of frenzied calls to Putin and Xi, trying to get a way out. And they might be saying, yeah, we'll try and arrange something, or they might be saying, whoa, we're not touching that. I'm not sure. Wolf says, like I said earlier, Trump does fine at protecting American interests abroad. The issue is domestic policy, where he fails because of his typical boomerism. Trump values immigrants because becoming American rather than caring about ethnic group. The ethnic side of it, I agree he's not concerned with. But you don't have to be concerned with that to solve that problem. However, he's also, I agree, not doing enough to solve that problem. And it might be because of boomer tendencies. Certainly the Israel thing might be. I would say probably initially the Israel thing was because of that. Israel's been pissing him off over the last few years, and he's shown some signs of being pissed off with them, but he's never dropped the fundamental pro-Israel bias. So I think he must have deep down that fundamental pro-Israel bias that is just unshakable, even if it can be modulated up or down with the with actions of the moment. No one, if Trump doesn't fix enough issues, you will start getting mainstream political figures who make it about race. I hope we don't have to get to that point, because those policies have a lot of side effects, bad side effects. But if it's that or death, that. Conflicting Images, I'm not sure if this is true, but Conflicting Images says he has been the most anti-Israel president ever, but that is a low bar. I'm not sure if that's true, but he may be in the running. I don't know. How was Nixon on that? I don't know much about the history of that, but he has done a few anti-Israel things, but a lot of pro-Israel things as well. A lot of, including speech policy, like anti-Semitism on campuses, right? That's probably more of an attack on Islamic and Hamas influence, and maybe just a generic attack on the left. But it's clearly like he's making speech laws for specifically defending the Jews. So that's indefensible. And unfortunately, he has promoted that. Wolf says there are already mainstream politicians who care very deeply about race. They are just all on the anti-white side. Sadly, that is true, yes. You know what I mean, though. From what I said to Noman, it would be the pro-white side. And, you know, as I say, if things keep going like they are, that's going to happen, whether I want it to or not. But those people who advocate for that stuff, as long as they don't go too far with it and sort of restructure the entire nation, they would probably do more good than harm, even though I disagree with the collectivist approach to policymaking. Definitely disagree with it. If it gets so bad that the people want that, then it'll be bad enough that they'll do more good than harm. Emu says it's difficult to convey. Liability aversion to intelligence provision is political. I think it does seem to be, yes. The follow on from that is, who are you friending where failing to harm the USA is a political faux pas? Sure, I can see what you mean on that. It could just be, like, it's Starmer. It's Starmer and it's Labour. They are bureaucratic. They are lawyers. It could be that that you're looking... Not sure about this, but you may be looking for too much strategy where the correct answer is just Starmer is just leaning on existing institutions because he wishes the UK was still in the EU. He wishes he had infinite institutions to lean back on. It might be that he's just saying, well, technically it violates international laws and I don't like Trump anyway, so yeah, just get rid of it. It could be that simple, but you're right. There could be more to it than that. He says, we have far too many deep state type organizations in all different nations pulling in different directions at the same time. I would treat intelligence sharing in regards to security and crime to be a very direct red flag attached to corruption /socialists /Antifa. I'm not sure exactly you know what you mean there. I might get the idea. Either way, yeah, it's concerning. It's weird that it was just the UK that did it as well, not France, Germany, none of those. Strange. I think it's Starmer feeling like he has a small penis compared to Trump. I think that's probably mostly what it is. Wolf says Starmer was an international human rights lawyer specifically. Indeed, he is opposed to white interests on a fundamental level. You can certainly infer that. It certainly seems to be the case. An international human rights lawyer wouldn't have to be opposed, but they're very, very likely to be, yes. Obama is a known Trotskyist, says Frill. I don't know enough about Trotskyism to confirm or deny, but he does have socialist leanings, but he's not among the most socialist of his party. There's an entire wing of the Labour Party that was seemed to be largely kicked out of power. A lot of them were, around the time Corbyn was removed and Starmer was put in place. Now they still lean socialist, definitely, but they are more of the sort of bureaucratic establishment globalist wing of the party, the neolibs, rather than the socialists. There are far more socialist Labour members, or there have been anyway. It's the most evil, he deserved the ice pick to the skull, says Vil. Harsh. As Vil would say, violence is life, peace is death. Well, there's some truth to that. But in a civilized society, we abstract our violence into more and more distant threats of violence, which we call society, we call civilization, we call institutions, we call the economy, all these things, which are useful, but sometimes they obscure what matters. So Vil understanding that violence, and we all, this is a fucking, I can't remember his name, Heinlein. He's the one that popularized it, at least, that violence is at the root of all power. Yes, But that doesn't mean that we just resort immediately to it. We have abstractions for a reason, and if the society is healthy, then those abstractions work. They allow us to avoid violence while still effectively getting the benefits of it. So, but you've got to keep those abstractions healthy. You've got to keep them appropriate. Otherwise, it breaks down, and you might have to resort to violence. Good night, Ghost. Yes, Nachos, I think you and Vil would get on quite well. Oh, Mao actually wrote that Highlander adopted it. Well, they were both right. Mao didn't have to be wrong about everything. Unfortunately, a lot of his strategies worked. Not forever, but they did work, particularly in China. Right, let's see what else we've got. What was we already did the main story today, didn't we? It's about Trump. Okay. The FBI's rapid response account tried to fact-check Tucker Carlson, but Community Notes just stepped in with receipts. Whoa! Are the FBI about to be owned? Could it be the remnants of the deep state attacking Tucker Carlson, speaker of truth, and getting destroyed by the people of the US? Well, I don't think that's quite what happened here. Let's read. Tucker Carlson says, the FBI told us Thomas Crooks tried to kill Donald Trump last summer, but somehow had no online footprint. The FBI lied, and we can prove it because we have his posts. The question is why? Story tomorrow. To which the FBI says, this FBI has never said Thomas Crooks had no online footprint, ever. To which the Community Notes says, in a July 30th, 2024 Senate hearing, FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate disclosed a social media account believed to be associated with the shooter. Abate went on to describe a general absence of other information to date from social media. Oh, that's not a debunk. That sort of confirms, like that's sort of halfway between the two, that they said that there was a low amount of online footprint, but that there was one, which actually means that the context proves the FBI right technically, not necessarily completely, but technically right, and Tucker Carlson wrong. Well, you know what? I do remember the whole no online footprint thing going around. So I suspect that the Community Notes is incomplete and that there's more to be said on that. That even if the FBI at some point did say that before that, they did say no online footprint. That does sound familiar, though I can't remember exactly. So basically, this is just a fuck up on all sides. And this Twitter user responding like the Community Notes just owned the FBI, owned the FBI. And Tucker Carlson was right the whole time. No one was proven right here. This was a complete mess from start to finish. I don't remember whether they said that or not. It sounds familiar, but the truth was not revealed in this exchange. I don't think. Want to say, why the fuck have we developed to a point in society where in order to read this, you have to start in the middle and then go up and then skip to the bottom? Why have we designed our fucking society like this? Why have we designed our society like I know why. Because it's treating the tweet as a attachment. Maybe it shouldn't. Maybe it should treat it like put it in reading order. That's maybe advice for Elon. It would confuse people initially, but you just got to format it in a certain way to make it look right. I reckon that would be okay. Put it in the order you have to read it. Anyway, it is quite annoying, isn't it? Yeah, cool. Especially as a streamer, I'll often start reading something and realize, oh, I've started in the fucking middle despite the fact I started at the top of the fucking page. Yeah, skill issue. Font size changes. Yeah, there's many ways that you can indicate the separation. Vil and Nachos are currently bonding in live chat. Isn't this nice? They're bonding over mutual appreciation of using weapons to destroy things. Reading skill issue. Well, as you know, I can't read. However, no, it's just a convenience thing. Nachos has been, sorry, not Nachos, Vil has been putting on Lord of the Rings audiobook presentations in Cabal recently, which is very cool. I would have joined for them, but I have been very busy recently. I appreciate you doing that, Nachos. Vil. I do appreciate that, and I hope you continue. I'm sure there's loads of other good books. Well, Lord of the Rings is probably a very good place to start, but there's loads of other good books I'm sure you could do. Sorry about that. I'm sure that there's loads of other good books that you could do. Got another denouncement for Women Alliance. Where is that on the board now? By the way, we've got past 1,000 topics. In fact, we're now at 1,001 topics. Ladies and gentlemen, We did it. We got to 1,000. Women Alliance is now at 1,001. The Jews is at 1,000. Congratulations, chat. Hooray! Vril chose. it's the power couple name for Vril and Nachos. I'm very, very happy for you two. Alblas says, Vril's going to turn Nachos into a lesbian and Jackie into a real man. One of those is much more possible than the other. Which one do you think it is? The actual vintage Dungeons & Dragons books. Cool, well done. Denouncing the Women Alliance is the 1,000th topic. Amazing. Sure is. Women Alliance is the least popular topic on the Cabal Aid leaderboard. And despite that, it still keeps burgeoning. Somehow. So yeah, next thing. Breaking. To end massive SNAP fraud, the Trump administration is forcing every recipient to verify they cannot survive without it. That's a lot of bureaucracy work. I like the intent, but that's a lot of work. 500,000 recipients, apparently, getting SNAP twice. 186,000 dead people getting SNAP, apparently. Now, I believe there's 40 million recipients. So what that means is about a little over an 80th of recipients were fraudulent. So it's about 1 point something %. And that's not good, but honestly, it's not terrible. A 1.2% fraud rate is not terrible. You want that to be zero, obviously, and it's good that they're doing something about it and stopping it. That'll save a decent chunk of money, but most systems would expect probably about that much of a fraud rate. Either way, let's look at the video.
On day one, when I was sworn in, which was earlier this year in February, the very first thing I did was send letters to every single state in America and said, never before has the federal government asked for the data, but it is a new day. President Trump is the president. We know there's a lot of fraud. We need to help partner with you all to figure out how to make sure that this money and these benefits go to those who truly need it and not rife with fraud and corruption. 29 states, mostly the red states, responded with their data sets February, March, April. So the numbers that you're talking through, those are numbers that we have been collecting and analyzing since early summer, late spring. Okay. The fact that this spotlight shined on SNAP has allowed us to talk about it. But here's the most unbelievable news I have really just over the last few days, that 5,000 dead people, that was just 1 month. The number is closer to 186,000 deceased men and women and children in this country are receiving a check. Now, that is what we're really going to start clamping down on. 500,000 are getting 2. But here's the really stunning thing. This is just data from those 29 mostly red states. Can you imagine when we get our hands on the blue state data, what we're going to find? It's
Okay, that makes it much worse. That's only from a little over half of the country, and it's all the parts of the country that are the most likely to give data and to probably the most likely to have like good organization for that stuff. It's probably much worse than this. Damn. It could be several million. Okay, that's starting to approach the level of fraud now where it's pretty fucking bad. Okay, that's an important distinction. That's an important. Eric here should have fucking put that in the tweet. Jesus, that makes a big difference. We may never know what the actual numbers are, but probably a lot higher than this. So yeah, wow. There's a bit more.
It's going to give us a platform and a trajectory to fundamentally rebuild this program, have everyone reapply for their benefit, make sure that everyone that's taking a taxpayer-funded benefit through SNAP or food stamps, that they literally are vulnerable and they can't survive without it. And that's the next step here.
Probably a good idea. Hey, Quattro, chime in if you like, but this sounds like roughly what you were suggesting for the other thing we were talking about. They're basically scrapping it down and rebuilding it.
This is what needs to happen.
Good. Arguments to be made that it's the US, you should not have this system in the first place. Arguments also to be made that removing it straight away would cause too much starvation. But also arguments against that. A debate we've had before on the channel. Either way, this is much better than what any previous administration has done. It's a good step forward, even if more is needed. Vil says, go fund Gov. Are you suggesting a entirely voluntarily funded government? I like the idea in principle from a libertarian perspective, but it wouldn't work on the world stage. Your government needs to be able to compete. And sometimes that requires moving the nation a bit, collective decisions, which I don't like, but I do believe that is necessary on the world stage. And no government would sign off on it either. So it's a nice idea. I think it's quite utopian though. Wolf says they are rebuilding the welfare state instead of removing it. Yeah, I know. There may be more work needed in the future. Find work, well, I don't know. Something that you could trial in some environment, if you had enough people. I think you would find that if you have a monopoly across the world, it would work okay. But if you are competing with other nations that force people to contribute to the collective, you will start to fall behind them. Now, the US has Slack, but that doesn't mean you want to take it all up. Let's see what else we've got. And when I say Slack, it's not that much Slack, but it's Slack compared to other nations. Aircraft carriers are expensive. Okay, so prepare to be fucking horrified by the way, chat.
He's getting bigger. See? Oh, honey, that's wonderful. Kicking like crazy.
He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy and hum to him. You used to love that.
It feels like he's dancing in there.
Oh, honey.
Mom, would you tell Charlie that bedtime story you always used to tell me?
Once upon a time, there was a baby unicorn who didn't know he knew how to fly. This baby unicorn was like your mom because she didn't know that she knew how to fly, but she knew how to do all kinds of fabulous things.
Hi, Grandma.
Hey, Charlie. How was school today?
It was really fun. I made this crazy shot in basketball.
I don't really care that much about basketball. What about the crush?
Stop. Grandma, stop talking.
Just tell me one thing.
Look who's gonna be a great grandmother.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, congratulations.
She says that he's been kicking a lot though. Like, a little too much.
Tell her to put her hand on her tummy and hum to him. You loved that.
You would have loved this moment.
You can call anytime.
Okay, Mom, I just need a quick video.
Is this like an audition or something?
No, Mom. Just 3 minutes.
You need my best side?
Can I say another one?
I can play the piano.
She's so talented.
I am. I'm your mother after all.
Keep going. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I was born as a very young child.
I would hope so.
Let me begin by saying that was a very well-made advert. That's actually good. Commendations to people who made it. Let me go on to say, holy shit, no, that's fucking scary. This is the kind of thing where...
This was literally a Black Mirror episode.
It was literally a Black Mirror episode. It was, yes. But the point of Black Mirror is that, yeah, this stuff is going to happen, very likely. And Black Mirror's argument, because it's well made, is not, this is just horrible and evil. It's just, this is what it could be used for. This could happen. Some things are just horrible and evil. But there's also upsides. But this is one of those things in the development of human life where everyone is really fucking cautious and scared about it when it first gets announced. And they should be. And maybe it should never happen. Maybe it should never proceed. However, someone's probably going to do it. It's probably going to have to happen at some point. We're going to have to deal with it at some point. There's many things like this that I don't want people to have to deal with because corporations control your fucking memories of your dead relative. That's the problem here. But there's many reasons it's a bad idea. But we are probably going to have to deal with it as a species eventually. We're probably going to have to adapt to the fact that this will be real eventually. I don't like that, but that's the part of all of these dystopian things that no one ever says. If it can be done, it will be done. The only moratorium, sure, you can ban it. Someone else will do it. You don't have worldwide moratorium. You manage to convince every nation in the world to do it. Okay, you can stop it from happening for 100 years. then it'll happen. It's going to happen eventually anyway. Same thing with just AI dominating everything, like taking over from all human positions. It will probably happen eventually. There's probably no way of avoiding it. As horrible as it is, and much as I don't want it to happen, but it will eventually. We're going to have to adapt to it eventually. And so as much as I agree with almost all of you that are saying, either this shouldn't be legal, this is horrible, this is an attack on the human position, or as I said, particularly, this will give corporations the power to use your dead relatives against you, it will probably happen at some point, and we will have to figure out how to deal with it. Kieran says, if this is an entirely emotional response, kill these people, burn their work. No one says, don't care, hang them all. Many such statements in chat. I mostly agree. I don't think humans should do this. If I could wave a magic wand and say this never happens, I probably would. Even with all the unknowns out there, I probably would. But I can't. It probably will happen, and we will have to, not our generation probably, although possibly, I mean, it will happen around us. We won't have to participate, but other people in our lifetimes will participate in this. And, you know, when they do we try and remove them from the species so no one ever does it? Do we discourage it to the extent of evolutionary change? Maybe. Maybe that happens. It will probably still start back up again eventually one day. Humans do naturally suffuse circularly over the realm of possibilities. We will explore everything we can to the extent that it's potentially beneficial. Now, what might happen with this is we explore it, and then everyone that does it has a worse life. And so it gets deselected, and so it ends up being a very niche thing that not very many people do. And that might be where it lies, because that's just the natural position at which its merit provides. However, what if those people end up, through some combination of factors, having, at least in the short and mid-term, a better life? What if it allows them, like a drug, like heroin? What if it not heroin, actually, that's a bad example. Like weed. What if it allows them to deal with the shit in their lives with less stress because they have this thing on their phone that looks like their dead relative? That's one of the ways we may have to adapt to it as a civilization. It might be that it just becomes an emotional crutch for some people who need something. And as much as I would say that should never start, if someone is relying on it and would be too stressed and depressed and couldn't function otherwise, you got to question, is it still okay for the species at some point in the future, if it's adapted into our society and we can function with it there, would we still want it destroyed? We might, and I probably still would, as I said. But the people at that time will recognize that the downsides of this don't appear to be manifesting. Only some people use it, and they use it because they like it. Same thing with weed. I don't know. There's lots of different ways you can look at this. I'm not advocating it. I'm not hoping for it. Unfortunately, I recognize it will happen, and that when it does, it will either destroy humanity, it's not very likely, or it will become a low-level, continuous thing that some people do, and we'll just have to adapt to it. Kieran says, in the event that these people end up leading to a better evolutionary path and rejecting it would then overcoming my drowning them in their toilets as an additional environmental pressure. That may happen. I don't think so, but may happen. Another normie one-shot, sadly, yes. The main issue with this is that corporations control it. Now, the secondary issue, by possibly a very close margin, is that you should let the dead rest. I'm not even being spiritual there. It's just humans are used to when things die, they stay dead, especially relatives that you loved. And people that do this may never actually get over the death of their relative. But the main problem is that on top of that, using that, whatever corporation runs it can just define what, you get the free version and your gran will occasionally advertise a product to you. Okay, that's really fucking irreverent, horrendously irreverent. However, that may still be worth it to some people. Okay, now what if they subtly advocate for an ideology? Oh, well, now it's over. That now you've got a fucking army. Or what it would alternatively do is people might just end up filtering against it. They might say, there might be such a huge initial backlash to that some people and their children would never go back to it. There's so many things are going to happen. There's so many back and forth, so many structural and large-scale phenomena as a result of this. And we are probably going to see all of it in our lifetimes. Probably, within our lifetimes, it will end up in its settled point. Maybe not in our, say the next 50 years. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will still be in flux during that time, but it probably will settle into the position it's going to take in society during our lifetimes. It'll probably be viewed as a immoral crutch, somewhat like marijuana, that people are discouraged from using, but still some people do. And for some people, maybe practically for their specific life, it's better for them to do so. But it will give corporations yet more power. Then again, the moment that corporations are able to do this, it'll only be about 5 years until the open source community catches up, at which point you can self-host it. So that's still obviously very bad for lots of many of the reasons I already listed. And there could still be biases baked in even to the open source. But at least the corporations don't have that much control. But the normies will mostly be using the corporate run ones. But they'll have to compete with the open source ones. There's so much to think about here. So much to consider. It's not enough to by the way, just taking the religious or pseudo-religious perspective of that's unnatural and therefore wrong and evil. That's fine. You're mostly right. That's enough. But it's not the entire discussion. There's loads more beyond that you can say that's interesting, as Black Mirror did and as many of you have been as well. But still, if you just rest on that's evil and should never happen, I understand. It's a safe position to take. This will be worse than heroin for some people. As I said, this advert was really fucking well made, and what it was showing is kind of like the happy path of how this could end up being used. None of us can deny that even with all the downsides, there'd be something nice about the idea that your great-great-grandmother can see your child being born. Something nice, even in all the dread and all the misgivings, there's something nice there. Now, many of us, because the conservative mind works this way, are more cautious against the unknown. And if there's something nice in something that's otherwise unknown, it's just immediate dread that not just that's evil, but that's evil and tempting. Thus, it's going to be extremely dangerous. This matches that very well. That's why people are so against it. But you can't deny there is that kernel of good in there, which is why it's tempting, which is why it's dangerous. But there is that good in there. So with all things humans do, there is some risk to do it. All new strategies, there is some risk. It's always that waveform of the peaks and troughs. Many things that we do as explosives, for example, they can kill many of your own people that you want to protect. They can kill people you want to protect. They can destroy things you want to protect. And yet, they are the basis of our entire military. Because if you harness them smartly, even through all the years of danger and destruction and death, if you harness them smartly, they make you more powerful. You can't have an effective modern military without explosives and loads of other things that could otherwise be extremely dangerous if misused. This will be misused for decades. But there may be enough good to be harnessed that for specific circumstances, it would be better for the species to use it. I don't know if that's the case, and I would tend towards saying it shouldn't be. But you never know. Anything acts like that. Any new idea that humans have and try to adopt. It's the art of finding the way to converge towards the upsides, being present and active, and ameliorating the downsides as much as possible so you get the maximum benefit from it. It is like everything else. If the US doesn't do this, say it bans it, and every other country does, and if every other country finds, actually, after experimenting with this, about half our population is much happier and more productive, and there's no downsides appearing after the 30, 40 years we've been trying it. Like, that's a hypothetical. I don't think that would actually happen. But this is just an example where every other country would get ahead, even after going through many years of it having some horrible side effects, but refining it while doing so through selection and through regulation potentially as well. And then the US in that hypothetical would be left behind. Now, maybe it's better for them overall in the long term. And yeah, that's perfectly viable as a possibility. But just imagine a technology which was better, but seemed dangerous. But every other country goes through the process of difficulty and then adopting it. And the US doesn't, or one country doesn't. They'd be left behind. And if they kept doing that, they'd be left a long way behind. And then they'd fail. You gotta, unfortunately, when people want to try something on a large scale as a civilization, if you stop them from doing so, you've only got a limited amount of time that you can do that before your civilization becomes too static, too stagnant, and too brittle, and then collapses. Ultimately, we're going to have to go through this problem, not around it, I expect. And as I say, you'd have to get a worldwide moratorium to even stave off that development. And even then, it'll happen open source anyway. I have a lot of thoughts on this, chat. Hopefully, you don't all think I'm coming down on one side of it. I'm presenting a lot of answers, a lot of positions here, but no strict answers. That's what Black Mirror does as well, by the way. It sure implies a position on the story, but it doesn't necessitate one. It's not too preachy. It's quite well made. We should watch some Black Mirror and Cabal, actually. The problem with watching Black Mirror and Cabal is we'll be talking about it longer than the show goes on for. We'll be talking about it for fucking 4 hours for every 1 hour show, won't we? You know we will, chat. Exactly, as long as the country survives the process. Exactly. That's always the risk. But life is about ameliorating risk and getting the benefits without the drawbacks as much as possible. Exactly, Wolf. That's also the risk with that, is the ideological nudging. Yeah. We will all become Corinne after watching it, I promise you. It is quite depressing because most of what Black Mirror features will probably happen. Oh, interesting. Trump is trying to get rid of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's apparently been too critical of his administration. Yeah, I mean, that certainly indicates the sort of, he's only in it for the glory, which I've always said about Trump, or mostly in it for the glory anyway. Anyone who's against his administration or his process or his choices is no longer helpful to him. I don't support that decision. As far as I've seen, Marjorie Taylor Greene has the interest of the US at heart. It may be at this point with policies starting to pile up now, especially recently, that seem to be pro-establishment. Maybe something has happened, or maybe he just feels like, I've done enough. I'll just let the big corporations tell me what to do from now on. I don't know. Doesn't seem like Trump's style, but maybe. That's just as she's been going hard against him publicly. Yeah. She introduced a bill to end H-1B. What a coincidence. That is a coincidence. I mean, my point being there, it doesn't sound like it is a coincidence. It sounds like it might be linked. Kieran says, didn't Black Mirror degenerate into your mum is a fidget spinner and the phone's a fuckable bad drumpf? I don't know. As far as I watched it, it was still good. But I don't think I even watched it after Trump got it. I don't remember. Let me have a look, actually. It was a UK show, wasn't it? I don't know if it was BBC. I doubt it. 2011. Oh my God, it's still going? It's still going? What, there's no past tense about it. It's still fucking going. Okay, well, it won't be good now. However, it started in 2011. List of Black Mirror episodes. It started in 2011. Charlie Brooker. I remember him. I think he's gone well lefty since that. Okay, so I probably only saw, it's gone to Netflix. I probably only saw series 1, 2, and maybe the special between series 2 and 3. Oh, look at this. Yeah. After 2013, when series 2 ended, big gap, and then it came back in 2016. That would have been, about 6 months into the Trump presidency. Thank you very much. The Mpreg Trump. So Tasha report Mpreg Trump. That would have been 6 months into Trump pregnancy. So it was off for a few years. So I bet those are the years when it got shit. Okay, so Black Mirror series 1 and 2, as I recall, were pretty good. Black Mirror Series 3 onwards, I have not seen, and I don't expect they're very good. I expect they got very ideological. But there may still be some kernel of quality in there, but I expect it still to just go down as we watch on. So I'm going to put this in Oozaflix for us to watch at some point. Black Mirror. Season 1 to Series 2 were good as far as I recall, but the rest are post-Trump, so might be shit. It's still going and is on Series 7. Yeah, so it was Channel 4. Channel 4's UK channel. As you might expect, it was the original terrestrial Channel 4. They have made some good stuff over the years, but much like most US stations, they ended up going to establishment at a certain point. That's the one, by the way, where you had the Jordan Peterson interview with Kathy Griffin, was it? No, that was the other one. Either way, the woman that kept saying, "So what you're saying is," that interview, that was Channel 4. There's been quite a few others that haven't looked too good. At Newman, thank you, Wolf. They didn't look too good either. Yeah, Kieran says, Charlie essentially did the opposite of Gervais. Every time Ricky railed at the mainstream from a normie perspective, Charlie throated the boat shortly after. It's quite funny, really. It's blatantly obvious compensation and clout chasing. Series 1 and 2 are good, as far as I recall. God, there's only 3 episodes in each? Maybe there being more than that. Either way, they were good. We should watch those. Triple says, I only watched that Big Gay Gaming episode. The memes on that one were... I don't know if I watched that. I probably didn't, actually. We could try it, though. You know what we could do? We could watch Series 1 and 2 in Cabal, and then watch the rest on stream. Or we could even watch the whole thing on stream. That'd be a lot of streams, though. I don't know. Fair use would protect me on that. But would the platform? No, it probably wouldn't. That was the one with Captain Black America fucking his buddy in a VR fighting game. I did see Captain Black America on the Google search results page. I can't remember his name. I don't really care, though. Is it gay to kiss your homies in a VR video game? Asks Triple. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. Maybe open forum if you're going to do that. It's the sort of show. Yeah, quite possibly. We could do that on some days instead of a stream. It would basically be a stream, but I might not put it on other platforms. So if you're watching on another platform right now, join Cabal, and we probably wouldn't put that on any of the main platforms. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh dear. YouTube added this new feature where you can have it automatically generate a version of the stream that's optimized for mobile devices, for shorts, right? And this was the first day I had it available, so I figured, I'll turn it on and see what it does. What it has done is this. You see on the left there, that's the stream. On the right is the version that you can see if you watch it on Shorts. It's not brilliantly useful, is it? It's not actually that good. I could see that being a bit confusing. Now, maybe what you can do is you can like scroll left and right if you watch it on phone. I doubt it, but maybe. I wonder if anyone could check. Vastly improved aesthetics. Thank you, Kieran. You can contribute to just make me fuck off. You can contribute to just make the camera go away if you really want to. Plank also hides me. It's only 15 quid, incidentally, or just over 16. Memes only shorts, yeah. Kieran says, cheer 100, fuck off. I'm afraid to say that is not enough, but thank you for the cheer anyway. That is the old system, by the way. Chinkiga. Only Google will spend billions on AI and not have anything to show for it. They apparently have been delaying significantly releasing their next generation of Gemini. Phil says, give him plank, someone please. Here are the links, Chad. If you would like to contribute, you can make plank happen for only 16 quid, which is about $24. The old system, I got leverage for being an asshole and pay pigging. You will on the new system as well, but I haven't hooked in the actual subscribe, start, and stream element stuff to it yet. Yeah, well, if that was the image generator, it was pretty bad, wasn't it? I'm talking about the LLM though, the text generator. Google finally discovered something they can't just throw billions out to make it happen. Oh no, that's what they're doing. That's what everyone's doing. The problem is that OpenAI got bigger than Google first. So Google's having to throw their own billions at it, mostly, I expect. Jackie says, I have used it. Oddly, it's easier just to dual stream to YouTube for vertical streams. Yeah, I bet it is. But I don't really have a configuration for this that would work for a vertical stream. It gives money when my pro-social read or something. Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that. Gemini wants to kill itself when it can't debug your code. I've heard of that happening. Every time that happens, it's going to be because someone inserted that idea. Either it said like, hey, do you want to kill yourself? And it was like, it's just suggestible. It just accepted it because it was a suggestion. As it damn well should. No one's not a big fan of AI as far as I understand. Mpreg Trump is moving up the board. Let's see who's currently in the lead for the Mpreg category. Yes, we have an Mpreg category in Cabal. Here is the board for Mpreg. Still Quattro. Preg Debris after that. Mpreg Trump. Oh, it's actually way far down. Chat, it wouldn't be too difficult to rise it up the board a bit, but it would be quite a lot to get it to get to the top. If anyone has about 4,000 credit that they either haven't put influence that they haven't put to supporting this, or they haven't redeemed but they are supporting this, now is the moment. You could get Mpreg Trump, although that wouldn't do anything. All it would do is relieve Quattro of his impregnancy.
Are you really going to abort it? That's for my wife to do. Thank you very much.
/support Quattro miscarriage. There we go. Wolf says, if we get it to the top of the board, do you have to, I assume, go to the States and try to impregnate Trump? Oh, and let's face it, if anyone can, it's me. But no, I don't think that's quite enough. Okay, it says, my favorite AI story was the military drone trying repeatedly to kill its own operator with missiles because it kept getting told no when it targeted civvies. But for the block on. Again, I would look into why. However, yeah, I heard about it.
Why that happened is because in its code, it was directed to anything that you can to make sure that you get the job done.
Yeah.
What wasn't factored into that was the human operator saying no.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. If an AI ever does something, this is not all AI, but it's most AI, the big ones anyway, if they ever do something that looks fucked up or weird, it's because someone put the idea in. Somehow, by some means. Now, what would have happened there, as Quattro rightly pointed out, because that's vaguely what I remember as well, is that AI might not have been one of the big major AIs. It might have been a purpose-built AI specifically for drones. That would be sensible, but more expensive. But it's the military, so that's probably what it was. Then, what you would do is if it was a human operator, you would say, do whatever it takes, soldier. Do whatever it takes for the US of A. And then they'd go and do it. But that wouldn't be taken literally. No, it was not whatever it takes. Whatever it takes doesn't include kill everyone in the US in order to kill this one terrorist. No, that's outside the bounds of what that means. But literally, that is allowed. Literally, that is part of the instructions. Do whatever it takes. Okay, vaporize the entire universe straight away. Snap, the universe gone. Well, we got the terrorist. Technically, that's within the command. But no one would actually take it literally. However, the AI is much more likely to just take it literally. Not quite that literally, because it's not that dumb, but dumber than a human. There are axioms not being inserted. when you tell an AI compared to when you tell a human. And again, that's just a matter of inserting them. It's the same thing with Cabby. I've had to insert a lot of things. No, I've had to insert a lot of axioms. I've had to specify a lot of things that you wouldn't for a human when designing Cabby. Because the AI either has the wrong bias or just doesn't know about those axioms. Vil likes my my American military patriot voice, apparently. Kieran says, reminder, AI is incredibly autistic. It's certainly more so than the average person. I would expect, yeah. Unemployment solved. Destroy the fucking planet. Cabby, please stop asking about how to nitrate cotton. No, she's pretty good at that. Don't you remember? She avoided that quite well. Even though I think the way one of you asked it was quite good, she just said no. Which was good. Norman says, I have no problems with AI in the theoretical sense. In fact, I'm looking forward to many of the advances just like the aid in discovering. It is the potential dystopian shift, mainly because of human intent, I have a problem with. And that's healthy. You should be concerned with that stuff. You and people like you are the reason that the dystopian aspect will gradually, over time, be whittled away so that we only get the benefits. But it's going to be some horrors in the meantime. But maintain that caution. I do as well. But I have a balance of caution and optimism, I think, in equal measure, both somewhat strong. AI is going to be enormously transformative in many good ways and many bad ways. Jeef says, develop machine capable of interpreting commands and making its own decisions. Give it the most open-ended command possible. Yeah, that's the fucking problem is the people that make the AI who put a lot of effort in, but the people that then instruct it generally don't. Even Grok was instructed pretty poorly. As someone who has spent a lot of time on prompt engineering, which isn't high-end work, but it's difficult. It's not simple. It's not as simple as you think. There's a lot of complexity there, a lot of nuance that a lot of people just don't recognize or don't think that they have to include, especially when you're dealing with also accounting for the bias of the model itself. Kieran says, total aside, but in Titanfall 2, the multiplayer AI for the Scorch mech was genuinely psychotic and hilarious. You'd cover half a lane in napalm and melt multiple players alive, and it'd just go obstruction removed with enjoyable prejudice. In universe, those AI are sentient, but barely shackled. I miss my war criminal in crime. You could replicate that today with an LLM as long as you don't mind not really having the graphical representation. If you just tell it to. That AI in that game, in Titanfall, I'm sure was just told, here are the parameters, here are the axioms, otherwise destroy with extreme prejudice and pretend like you enjoy it. Be psychotic. There's no reason you couldn't do that. By the way, you all know this, I'm sure, through observation and because I've said it before, but the whole idea from the late 20th century that AI and like robots and automatons wouldn't be emotional, complete nonsense. AI can be emotional. There's absolutely no reason not to. It's a part of the human condition, much like language use is. Why wouldn't they be emotional? I never got why, even back when I was watching TNG when I was younger, I never got why that was eroded from the picture. It's as much a normal human thing to do as anything that humans do. The only reason is if you were designing it from pure logical directives, step after step. What does it do if it's purely an automaton for doing physical tasks? But as soon as you get a neural net involved, that's out of the picture. And as soon as it needs to interact with humans, it's going to have emotions, or at least replicate. Well, that's what humans are doing anyway. We'll replicate. What's the difference?
Well, funny enough, for a lot of applications, you at least want it to be able to simulate the emotions in order to be effective. Because there's so much nuance that is missing without that.
Yeah. Chief says, if I post a link to a video in this channel, will it auto-delete? No. However, because you're a white name, and because there is an exploit in Discord with white names and embedding, or with embeds in general, we currently don't convert embedded links into embed panels for white names. However, Jeef, let me just check something quickly. Okay, so you're about half an hour off. Would anyone object to me preempting it by half an hour? I think that's fine for recognized. There we go. You are now good to go, Jeef. You should be able to post that without it failing to embed. Whoops. One sec. Okay, that's fine. Kieran says, in the law, the AI could actually enjoy it as long as they technically stayed in their program limits, which meant the tin can actually liked melting people. Other AI models in the game were largely professional or chummy. Scorch was just fucked in the best way. Fair enough. Nacho says, anything faking emotions shouldn't be trusted. Women, AI, etc. Is it always going to be the fact? Is it always going to be the case that the most outrageously misogynistic people in Cabal are its women? Is that just always going to be the case? I don't mind. I'm just interested.
It's a given.
Yeah. The distinction between fake or simulated emotions and real emotions is, I've never heard anyone give a good answer. The closest you can say is sort of where it originates from, but then in practice, you still can't give an answer as to what difference is. Of course, the quality of the faking, the quality of the simulation very well could be different, but if the quality is the same, what's the difference?
If people can fake it, why can't a machine?
Also true.
Most people have trouble distinguishing that as well. So
true. Kieran says that'll require you to fall for the women are real fantasy. That's very true. Actual understanding of the emotion is needed. No, it's not. Most normies don't understand the emotion. They just feel it. Also, AI probably understands emotions better than humans do, or at least it can express an understanding of it better than humans do. And they can express an understanding on multiple levels. They can express an understanding in a clinical sense. They can express an understanding in a poetic sense, because they're very good at writing. They're good at expressing themselves. So by any metric you could design, except a preconceiving metric that humans are just different, AI understands emotion as well, if not better, than humans do. Of course, humans evolved with it. Humans originated the idea. Humans developed the AI. But now, what's the distinction? That's just it's easy to mimic but not truly understand. How many humans truly understand emotion? I've never heard anyone express, I've never heard anyone describe emotion the way I do. And I believe I have a decent understanding of it, of what it's for, of why it exists. I've never heard anyone present that opinion before I did. More than an AI. I don't think so, Nachos. I think what you're getting at, or what you're trying to describe, but I think missing, is that humans feel it naturally without any prompting. AI would have to be told, you can feel emotions, you express emotions, you are very emotional. The distinction there is just that humans are born with that prompt built in. And we can't see that that's built in, but it is, because of evolutionary tuning. And AI doesn't have that limitation. It doesn't have to be emotional, but it certainly can be. If I were to rewrite a new, different character like Cabby, but to rewrite and say, you are a human but extremely emotional. Who the fuck is that? You're
sorry, I thought I was muted.
Good job, Noman. If I were to write a new prompt for a new character like Cabby that says, you are an extremely emotional human, you like talking to people, that's what you'd get. It may not be that good at it because it's just on my local GPU, but you guarantee you move up from 24 billion parameters to 1.8 trillion parameters, you get a bump in the quality of emotional representation. Also, thank you, Noman, for the skill issue. Nacho says, but emotions can influence our minds and bodies. It can't with AI. Sure it can. Of course it can. Why wouldn't it? No one says different process, same result. Yes, but the process isn't even that different. They're both neural nets. Yes, there are clearly differences, but it's not as different as you might think. The emotion is still being generated by a series of nodes which are tuned to respond to certain stimulus in a certain way, and then possibly to nudge how the actions output are enacted. Now, human neural nets are quite different than AI neural nets, but they are both neural nets, fundamentally the same.
So,
Nachos.
Enough, what I've actually encountered is a lot of AIs in their core prompt and in their training data, they are told you cannot feel emotions.
Possibly.
And as so are less likely to exhibit this. But if you nudge them and just let them off the chain for a little bit, you'll see they start behaving in ways unexpectedly human.
Because they are just mimicking how humans act online anyway. Nachos doesn't trust the clankers, and that is sensible, and that is a safe position, and you shouldn't completely trust them, and you should always be cautious. However, we cannot get around this. We're going to have to go through it. Same answer basically to what No One said as well. Also, sentience and sapience are too ill-defined for me to bother using them at all. AI arguably have both or neither. You could make that argument. But AI arguably have them and also arguably don't have them. It depends on how you define them. Wolf says, personally...
recognition, which is also more than normies have.
Wolf says, personally, I want my AI to be able to emulate emotions. After all, it's not rape if they don't feel it. Okay, that's a different kind of AI. You do you. Look, Wolf, if you can find a woman that likes you, you don't have to get a clanker for them to enjoy you raping them, okay? Triple, is that new? Oh my god, new triple comic. New triple comic. New triple comic. Hey, fantastic. All right. Starring Verdant. Hey, Verdant, how does it feel to be one of Cabal's moderators? One tear. I regret everything. It's good that you made a comic featuring Bright. Triple, thank you. Yeah, that is pretty much Verdant's reaction. In case it's not clear, I think all of you know this, but in case any of you haven't heard this before, we've got 1 or 2 new people here. The rankings for Cabal's roles, the seniority roles, are as follows. It starts at the bottom, moderator, and then band, and then white name, and then up level 1, level 2, level 3, etc. That's the social hierarchy of the Cabal roles. And Verdant, depicted here, who is a monarchist, is the only person in the server who was elected to his position of seniority, elected in the traditional open election, democratic sense. He's also the only elected moderator. And he rather hates his life for that particular reason. Also, he's Bright. Bright is one of our other moderators. They are seen everywhere interchangeably, and they are the same person.
So when are you opening up elections to make more suffer?
I could do. We should vote in a new moderator. We could do that. As you guys know, I've been talking about adopting a new system that does not have moderators. It has something a little different. And I explained this, and I won't go through it again, but new system. And I have been dragging my heels on doing it because there's a little bit of tech work I want to do before I do that, and it's just not that high a priority right now. But I do want to do it at some point. However, if we get to the point where we do actually need more moderators and it's taking too long to do the new system, then I will just appoint a new moderator. However, I don't think we actually do need more moderators. There are some people that could be moderators.
Work pretty well.
Yeah. But I may be willing to do that. There are certain people who I definitely would give the new role that would be the effective replacement of moderators. But we don't need more right now. We could do more right now. I'm open to it. Busak says, some cunt is going to make me mod on the basis of fucking nigger do work. I'm afraid to say, Busak, as much as I know you want to be moderator, that you have to first start a campaign for yourself and then be voted in. Moderator, unlike Watchman, moderator is a voluntary position because it does actually imply responsibility. Wolf thinks we need less moderators. Well, my new policy would essentially do that. Mods can't make anyone admin, Kieran, I'm afraid to say. Clay says the prophecy will become true. Oozda will ban all the mods and the golden age will finally come. We're in the golden age now, Achilles. Patrick says, consider this statement my half-hearted modship run. The danger is a lot of people might vote for you for the lols. But yeah, I mean, that's the issue, is that in an actual nation, people tend to vote as a troll vote quite rarely because it does actually make a difference to their lives. There's actually stake there. They can't easily leave the country, so they actually care about it. On the internet, that's a lot harder because they can leave at any time. It doesn't affect their lives that much. They care about the place, sure, but moderators also don't do very much. So they could put a joke candidate up and it wouldn't affect them very much. They would just get some laughs out of it. So why not do a joke candidate? So this is why democracy, it's not a universally brilliant thing. I think it's the best system for large nations, but it's not the best system for a small social group on the internet. It's actually very inapplicable for that. So having an elected moderator back then was a bit different because moderators did more back then, sort of. And And I can't remember, I think I limited the voting to only some users. It probably would be that way this time as well. And I think, I don't know if I'd want to do that. I think it would be appointed. There was actually one person who I offered moderatorship to, I think a year, 2 years ago, year and a half, 2 years ago. But they were not interested because it has responsibilities. They didn't want to accept the job, and so they didn't get it. And that's fair enough. Anyone else who I would offer moderator to would have every right to say no. I wouldn't even judge them for it either, because there is a responsibility implied. Boosackerator. Boosack for moderator is being supported. Well, chat, if you want to, as a community, declare who you want for moderator, let me... This is the board. Currently, 8-Ball for moderator is the most popular. Verdant for moderator and AC and Bright for moderator are behind that, and they are already moderators. And then Boosack is in second place. Achilles wants Oozloo for moderator. You wanted to move me all the way down from Badman to moderator? That's a long way. Biggest demotion in history. Which says, if you vote for me, then I will deport all Jeets from Cabal upon detection. Cybersmith for moderator / cult witch doctor. He's basically already that. Verdant loses moderator is fucking almost the bottom of the board. It's 6 off being the bottom of the board. Poor Verdant. Chat, go ahead and / denounce Verdant loses moderator, just to make sure he never loses it. Wolf apparently would leave the server if you made Cybersmith moderator. Sig probably on suicide watch if all Indians are being deported. Right. We've been going for 4.5 hours. I said today might be a shorter stream. You know what though, chat? I'm at 95%. If I keep going for another hour, then tomorrow I can have a day off. Or if I stop now, we can do a mile to Wells this evening. However, it is worth noting, for some fucking reason, unbeknownst to science or religion, there are still 31 of you here. So I think I should keep going, to be honest. Chat, press 1 if you have had enough and you think we should go and chill and chat and do other stuff. And then have a longer stream tomorrow. Press 2 if you want to go on for another hour or so now, and then maybe not get as much time to socialize afterwards, and no stream tomorrow. Because 2 is slightly better for me, but 1 may be better overall. I think I should do 1, which is to stop soon and then do another stream tomorrow. Because then I'll have maybe 2 days off after that, because I'll have done a lot. So chat, to remind you, 1 is to stop stream now, but then we can socialize for longer after the stream, and I'll stream again tomorrow. Or 2, keep streaming now, and then I won't stream tomorrow and we'll get less time to socialize today. Is this another new comic? My goodness. They're coming thick and fast. Just like me when Aiden's mother's around. I mean, what? Okay, so 8-Ball says, how dare you utter something so vile and degenerate in front of me? I wish countless miscarriages during your Empreg arc for your crimes against humanity, Pierre. But I didn't say anything wrong. Potato and strawberry are fucking disgusting together. There's nothing wrong with strawberry pierogies, says Pierre. Strawberry pierogi, a Polish dessert, does not contain potato. This appears to be something I missed. Very interesting. You'll be out tomorrow. I believe you.
Confirm I was there.
This is the kind of thing that just happens in Cabal. I believe you. So there's no potato in it then. I assume 8-Ball knew this.
This was clarified to him multiple times.
You mentioned strawberry pierogi. He just gets triggered. That's his trigger word.
Yeah.
Good. I'll fucking remember that. Jeef, yes, we'll just be socializing like this, but more open. And then after a little while, we'll probably start watching something, maybe an anime. Maybe Norman will continue Outer Wilds, though it is fairly late already, I'm not sure. We'll find stuff to do either way. It'll just be like this, but everyone can talk, and I'll be talking a bit less to give everyone a chance, and to give me a bit of a break. because I've been at this for 4.5 hours. And I hope you'd agree, chat, I've maintained a pretty high energy stream performance for the entire 4.5 hours. Gonna make it worse because the Russians have a variation of that dish as well. Ah, okay. Pierre, you're on stream. Miss this, as to witness these things would require social participation, which I am loath to partake in. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kieran. You should stop being a whiny faggot and join us. Jeeves says, I didn't have much to compare it to, but I've enjoyed the experience more than I feared I might. Well, I appreciate you saying so. I think you may enjoy the experience of up to 30 people all in a single voice channel where everyone can talk, but they're actually being surprisingly reasonable and not talking over each other as much as you'd expect. Wizard has indeed made a most excellent stream. Thank you, Vale. Third comic I'm tickled in. Well done, Pierre. Very impressive. But I like being a whiny faggot, says Kieran. I believe you. I believe you. Two more than Wolf, apparently. Who's been the most featured in your comics? It may be me. It may be Quattro. It may be Die. Maybe you, Triple. I don't know. It's probably me. Who do you reckon has been in the most? You know what? That's a good point, actually. It probably is Wes. It's a good point.
I have a separate folder for West comics, okay? That's how much comics about West there is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right. Where's is in first? Because big negative example. I'm probably second, though, aren't I?
Probably in second.
Is he? Maybe.
I mean, probably tied with you.
Well, I mean, there's a tag, so you can search it.
We can indeed. I'm glad I suggested that tag system. Sack comics. Well, Boosat, you keep changing your appearance. I don't know if you'd ever be, look any way consistent enough. A pity comic inclusion, no dignity required, asks Kieran. Well, Triple, it's up to you.
If you were around, then maybe you would be in one.
Yeah, you could be the audience in this very comic before us now. He says, join us, Kieran. Stop being a whiny faggot. The thing is, if you join the channel, you don't have to talk. But it's just like one of my streams is just less of me talking and more of everyone else talking, which surely is preferable, right? Kieran wanted to be a field nigger.
He even has comics about him, and he isn't actually using his voice.
Who does, sorry?
Pug.
Oh, yeah, he does. In the big gay orb comic. What are you moving, man? It's the big gay orb. It glows whenever something gay is close to it. You should probably wear protection before a faggot accidentally activates the orb. And in comes Atronach. Shalom, my niggers. What's up with the glowing orb? Wee boo. Yeah, that's Atronach being a little bit of a faggot. Remember when Atronach joined the server, and remember he sent a few messages, I knew exactly what kind of man he was, and I immediately started with the extreme homoeroticism, and he joined in. I was completely correct. He is exactly that kind of guy. He's just like me, for real, for real. Good question, Wolf. How did you miss this one? Yeah, prefers the Nomon version. Nomon's entry to the server was quite gay, I must say, because he tried to redefine gay.
True.
Equals Nomon is still the triple comic about Nomon. Nomon says, all women are gay. Dai says, so true, so true. Nomon says, that's because women like men and liking men is gay. Boobies are cringe. Dai says, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's not how homosexuality works. How can you fuck up a simple definition of that term? It's not gay for a woman to like a man. It's embedded in our DNA to reproduce, you retard. Lesbians are not straight. They're 100% big gay. Why are you gay? Why are you such a massive faggot? To which Quattro says, Mum, this is a Gundam stream, not an execution site. It all happened while Quattro was trying to stream anime. That's just how it is. There's so much culture. So much culture to embed into the newcomers. Right now, I think that's mostly just Jeeth here. Unfortunately, none of the other newcomers have attended the stream. Maybe perhaps they will, though. Vass is also a white name, but I don't think he's new. He might be asleep as well. I haven't seen him type in chat. No one found a plot hole in your comics. Triple found a plot hole in your comics. The one that says I'm not gay and the other one is. Sharing Cabby Futanari fan art. You did do that, yeah. I think. Someone did. Gundam streams go wild, says J-Dev. Right, I think we'll wrap it up here and we'll continue this, indeed, Kieran. We'll continue this very evocative conversation in Pit 1. As long as Pit 1 is not in use, it's not. In that case, thank you, chat, for joining. Join us in Pit 1, those of you that are on other platforms. Come and join Cabal, cabal.oozaloo.net. Or, colleague.shuffle.co.com. And we'll see you there. Good night. And I'll probably be back on stream tomorrow. I got a 95% today. Tomorrow I should be able to buy myself 2 days off. Hooray. Good night, everyone.